Good afternoon. Thank you for calling. Make yourself comfortable. Thank you. Thank you for calling.
For having me.
Okay, so quickly, I want to say thank you for joining us this afternoon. I'm Abiola Bandini, and I'm a researcher. So this is what I do. Up to time, I talk to people either about products or services. And all this is done in order to bring improvements either to a product or to a service. So this afternoon, we are going to be discussing about fasting generally. So no right or wrong answers. Whatever you say is right. Just your honest opinion that is needed. So I've introduced myself. Before we start, did you complete the consent form? So I've introduced myself. I want you to do the same. So just tell me your name, your age, the situation of the place you live, who you live with, your children, just a bit about your family background.
Okay, I'm Adebayo Damilola. I'm married with two beautiful kids, a boy and a girl. And I stay with my husband, we're together.
Okay, so how old are these beautiful kids?
Okay, my firstborn is 4 years, and the secondborn is a year and 9 months.
Okay, so tell me about your living situation. Maybe, okay, you already told me about your kids. So looking at your typical day, how is it like, from work, how you take care of your family, just a brief detail about that.
Just normal, to me it's like a normal routine already. Just early morning preparation for school, for the kids. Then after that, I go back home to take care of the house. Then I go to my shop. So then by evening, my children close by 3:30. I go to pick them up. Then by evening we go back home to prepare for the night.
Okay. So how will you describe the area you stay?
My area, I stay at the Aboru after Yanokaga.
Okay. So what kind of area? I don't know Aburu. So what kind of area will you describe this place? Is it highly populated? Is it a place where you see different facility, maybe healthcare facility?
Yes.
Do you have access to? Just give me a brief.
I think there are like 3 health centers around my area, and a lot of private hospitals there. So like different, you get access to them.
All right. So let's talk about how you manage the health of your family now. What are your main priorities when it comes to promoting good health for your child or your children? You have 2 children. So what is your priority when it comes to their health, to ensure that they have good health?
The first thing is I make sure they eat healthy.
Okay.
I don't let them take them drugs. Like, I'm not an ambassador for drugs.
Okay.
I make sure they eat healthy, and I watch them very well. Like, they're always clean, so there's no problem about the environment. And I watch them. Once I notice any slight sign, most times I give them anti-malaria, so they don't really have, I don't have problem with that. We are good.
Okay. So you give them anti-malaria most times. Is it when they're sick, or you just
prevention?
Give it to them as prevention.
So every 3 months.
Okay. So are there any particular emails that you feel are less important for your child or children to be protected from? Maybe you feel that, okay, this is not so important to really protect them against it. What are these emails, if there's any?
There's none. Even even Qatar, I make sure I don't take it for granted. Like, once I notice any sign of Qatar, I give them what's this drug sorry, I'm trying to remember. Okay, I give them these scatter drugs.
Okay.
And vitamin C.
Okay.
I make sure I have that.
So in a nutshell, all sickness, no matter how small you think it is, it's very important for them to be protected from. So now we are going to focus on fascination and the way you record the records are kept when they go through fascination process. So now, to what extent do you see fascination as an important part of maintaining children's good health? I don't know if you understand my question.
Yeah, I do. I don't really have that confidence in that vaccination thing, but I make sure they are up to date to their vaccination.
So what I'm even saying is that, do you think fascination is important to maintain good health for your children? That if you give them fascination, you have this mindset that they're going to have good health?
No.
Okay.
I don't, like, because I've seen, I'm sorry, I don't know if I should, but I've seen people that are not even vaccinated and they are very, very okay. I don't know. But I guess, like, sometimes I just feel like, okay, let's just do it so that I won't have to think that, okay, I guess it's because I didn't give them this vaccination. That's why they are having this. So I just try to, like, take it out of the...
Okay. Is it more like fulfilling all righteousness?
I think
all right.
so.
So what will you now say are the main benefits of being fascinated? What is the main benefits of giving them all the vaccines that they have collected? Or even the one they've not collected?
Okay, so, like, I feel, okay, once I give them, they are vaccinated, okay, I feel, okay, once they are vaccinated against it, even if they are going to have it, it's not going to be very, very serious. It's just going to be minimal and something that can be easily controlled. Like, okay, it's just measles, we know what to do. Like, if I don't give them, if they are not vaccinated against it, maybe it might have been more serious than that.
So any other benefits? You just mentioned one.
Just
that it prevents the intensity of eventuality of any disease. So any other one? Any other benefits that you see to being fascinated? Okay. So now, what do you see as the drawbacks to being fascinated? More like disadvantage that you see to its drawbacks?
From experience, I don't really see any. But I have cousins, like 4 cousins that they were giving birth to, and none of them was vaccinated, and I don't see there was nothing that I could say, okay, happened to them that was wrong. Oh, maybe because they were not vaccinated. There was nothing like that. So I don't really see.
So I mean, what I'm even asking is there any disadvantage of being fascinated? Drawbacks?
Okay, disadvantage of being, I'm sorry about that.
It's okay.
I don't know. It's just like, so I just feel sometimes you will see some people being vaccinated, some children, and then there's this side effect of the drugs, like maybe they don't walk on time, or like there's something wrong with their legs, like they can't stand up, or the injection stopped them from walking, and all those things. So that's just but I guess maybe circumstances.
Okay. So is it something you had or something you see by yourself?
I saw one. There was one in my area growing up. So.
Okay. All right. So I want to know, you have 2 children. So can you tell me which vaccines your children have received?
BCG, polio, measles, meningitis, I think. Yellow fever. I can't remember the rest.
All right. So now, regarding some of this vaccine that is available, so which other vaccines do you know that you think, okay, maybe eventually they are going to collect that they've not even collected now? Okay, so none. So I want you to rate how important you find this vaccine for your children to be protected against diseases like the vaccine you mentioned, yellow fever, BCG. So on a scale of 1 to 5, where 1 is the lowest and 5 is the highest. So regarding some of these vaccines you mentioned, can you please rate each of them on how important you think they are to protect your child or children? So you mentioned BCG. How important do you think this vaccine will protect your child or children when you on a scale of 1 to 5?
I'd say BCG. I'd say 4.
4. Yellow fever,
3.
meningitis,
3.
then measles,
4.
4. Then you mentioned 1 again.
Polio.
Polio,
Yeah.
3. Okay, so why did you give it this rating? Why did you give it this rating?
I just because those two, I know BCG is like to prevent children from like first. That's the first, to prevent them from all these infections that are around. So like
Okay, all right. So what about hepatitis B? Do you know hepatitis B?
Yes.
Then Rotavirus virus.
Yeah.
So has your child received hepatitis B? You don't know, okay? What about the Rotavirus virus?
I think one of them was taken. Yes, yes.
Which one? Which one are you saying yes to?
The routers.
Your child has collected it.
Yes.
Okay. Are you sure about that?
I'm not sure.
You are not sure. Okay. So you are not sure of the hepatitis B and
sure.
Rotavirus virus. So how do you go about deciding which vaccine your children should receive, and what factor do you consider? How do you decide that okay, my baby will collect BCG, will collect polio, you know?
Any vaccine that they're taking at the health center, I let them go for. I take them to, but the road they were asked to take it. Okay, fine. But the road.
Okay. So if it is coming from the health center or from the
Even
hospital,
if it's
any other factor that you look at before you make up your mind that my baby will get this vaccine. Okay. So who else is involved in the decision making process of vaccine?
My husband.
Your husband, okay. What about maybe your grandparents, church influence, community influence? Do they also play a role in deciding whether you're going to get the vaccine for your child or not?
No, they don't.
They don't. So who makes the final decision?
I do.
You do. So even if your husband said no, you.
Oh no, okay. He doesn't really say no because he works around the health center.
Okay. So have you sought out for any information from people in order to make decision about vaccination?
No, I don't.
You've not. Okay. So where do you get information about your children's health and vaccination?
Apart from I only follow this normal vaccination cards that were given to give them vaccination. So even if I'm being and it has to even be from my husband, okay, babe, there's this vaccination that is going on now, let's take the children to it. Okay, are you sure? What is the name? Okay, I'll go to the hospital. If they ask me to, if they recommend it, then I'll take it. But I don't just.
So hospital is a place you get information.
Oh, yeah.
So where else? Is it only hospital?
Only hospital.
Only hospital. And do you trust the information you get from the hospital when it comes to your child health?
Yeah, I trust them.
Okay. So maybe you can't remember, but I just want to know, have any source ever given you information that made you feel concerned about vaccination? Maybe you got some information regarding vaccination from a source and you are worried, you are concerned from anywhere. Has it happened to you?
It has, but that was before I started That was even before I got married.
Okay,
I
so
told
can
her,
you share?
Okay, the woman was just like all this. Okay, it was even in my hands because she's this. She's the one I told you didn't take any vaccination for any of our children and nothing. So I went visiting her one time like that, and she was telling me about the child that got vaccinated. I think it was measles or something, and then since then the child could not walk again. I saw the child, like the child was paralyzed. So I was, and she was like, this is one of the reasons why she doesn't take vaccination. So at first I was skeptical, like, will I even go through this when I get married? But then my mom was someone that, like, she was religious with that. Then like, you must vaccinate your children, and that is important. And so I was just okay. Let's just say it was just circumstances that happened to the child. Mine won't be that case.
Okay, so an experience from a family member.
Yeah.
So now, still in line of that, I want to know, are there any worries that you've ever had about having your child vaccinated? Maybe you have fear, you know?
I do.
You do. So what are these worries? What are these fear? And what made you have this feeling?
I guess it's just every mother's every feel like, I hope this vaccination does not, because we hear so many things. I know, although I don't really pay attention.
What are those things?
Like vaccination, it doesn't, it costs one thing for a child.
Okay.
And also somebody, you feel like, okay, like,
can you mention that particular thing that give you that fear and worry that you had about vaccination?
Vaccination. It was that paralysis, to be
Okay.
honest. It was that paralysis.
Okay.
It was that
And
paralysis.
having this experience and hearing this, does it impact your willingness to have your child vaccinated or your children?
Just slightly.
Slightly. And does it cause a delay? You know, maybe you are thinking of, okay, I want to take my child for vaccination today. So when you now look at that experience, you now be like, I'm not going again. You postpone the appointment, you keep postponing.
No,
so does that have that kind of effect on you?
No, I don't postpone my children.
And is there any vaccination you've opted out for, all because of this experience?
No.
Okay, none.
Okay, except for the roadside one that I told, like all these walking vaccinations. Those are the ones I don't really.
Okay, so that's your personal experience. Now let's look at the people in your community. How do people in your community typically talk about vaccination, and you know, what do they see as the main benefits of vaccination and then concern that they see to vaccination? That's the people in your community.
Okay. I've heard some people say it's not that they don't trust the vaccines, but they feel like they are experimenting on the kids. Like maybe they are not really sure of, okay, how can they say they've given their children, they've taken the normal by the book measles vaccination. What happened to the vaccination injections, and you just want to, our children are like lab rats.
Okay.
So
okay.
in fact, like,
so
this person was even an elderly woman.
Okay.
She said she just feels like, why can't, what is wrong with the first one that they took? Why do you have to, is it that the ones they took before are no longer effective that you have to? And then how sure are we that all these vaccinations are? So that, to be honest, that was what stopped me from taking all these okay, we are injecting your children, they bring your children. That was what
stopped. But that's the negative side. So what about the positive side? Do they discuss it in your community, and what have they said is the benefits of vaccination community wise? Some are like, okay.
So
what are these things they've said that is positive, that you've had people in your community discuss, just like you mentioned the woman?
They don't, okay, it's like always a general thing, like even I say, it's good though, it's good though, it's good for our kids. We that we cannot, some feel like, okay, since we that we could not afford to take our children to the hospital for the proper one, it's good to prevent them from diseases that they've been talked about. Okay, is it measles? Let my children have it too, because let me know that measles is not going to happen to them. Why not?
So they talk about it preventing them from disease. So now, what kind of events occur within the community that naturally discussion about vaccination comes up? Anything like that?
It's always the roadside vaccination. When you see them, you just see.
So when there is this community vaccination time, so discussion about vaccination comes up. Any other event like that brings up the topic of vaccination? Okay. So you said that the opinion of people like that woman, you said it affected you from taking vaccination for your child on the roadside. Okay, but you still go to the hospital. Okay. But when you look at the people in your community, to what extent do you feel your personal belief about vaccination are similar or different to the rest of the community? So you've had different people in your community talk about vaccination. So do you think your own line of thoughts or belief is the same with the rest of the people in the community, or is similar? So if it is similar, tell me how it is similar, and if it is different, tell me how it is different. I don't know if you understand my question.
Okay. The similarity is is it similar? I think the difference is, okay, at least I go to the hospital for the normal vaccination. Some don't even bother. Some believe like after 6 months there's no need for vaccination. I don't follow. Once I start, what's the point of stopping when you still have to? Let's just go ahead and finish it. So that's my own belief. Some people they don't believe in like you have to be religious with it. You just go when you have the time. Okay, when you feel like, okay, my child is 9 months, let me go and take it. But every step I go.
Okay, so you know that's different. You have the belief that you need to complete, while they don't. So that's different. But any similarities in your line of thought or belief when it comes to vaccination?
I think the only similarity is that the confidence. Like that total confidence. We all don't have it. We just feel like, okay, we just have to do what we have to do. So you all don't have confidence in vaccination. Any other thing? Okay. So now, to what extent do people have concern about the long-term impact of vaccination? So is there any long-term impact of vaccination that you have concern about, and what are these? Like, is it like a negative impact?
Either negative or positive. Do you have any negative concern that maybe in the long run or after so many time, so many months or years, this could happen? Is there any negative impact like that that you have? Okay. So have you had people sharing any mal about vaccination or belief that you do not feel is true? You know, what are these things that people have said about vaccination that you personally, you think what they are saying is not true? What are these things?
Okay. Somebody was like vaccination. All these vaccines that they are giving, it's not working at all. They're just giving them drugs. They are collecting you people's money. So I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Okay. Then what about the one you said that grandma said?
About the drugs being
That
that
you're using
yes,
the
that
children for
that they are-
experiment.
I somewhat believe it because that is what really made me not to want to, except I go to the hospital and okay, they give me more insight on it. Okay, this is why we are giving your children this is what it's really for.
Okay.
I can now go for it, but I don't just then I guess I don't just trust the people that are even administering the vaccination. Like I just feel like, are these people real nurses? Are they professionals?
Okay.
So that's what used to make me feel like maybe they were the ones that even caused that paralysis, that maybe like the person injected it the wrong way.
Okay, that's for the roadside people, not the
Not
in the
yes,
hospital.
it's roadside.
Okay. So how does the mal, how does it even start in the first place? You know, how does the discussion about all this rumor about vaccine, how does it start in the first place?
It's always starting
And how
with
is it spread?
the vaccination. Okay, once you hear this, once just mention of vaccination or anything, you start hearing different things.
So what will even bring this topic up in the first
It
place?
is mostly when you hear information of okay, there's a vaccination that is going on now. There's okay, some people are coming for vaccination, or so it's mostly that.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. So when they want to do the public vaccination, okay. So now, I want to know, where do you go to for the vaccination? Where do you get your children vaccinated?
I go to the health center.
Okay, the health center, that's a primary health center.
Yes.
Okay. So let me know if you also make use of all this. So the local clinic is a primary health center. Do you make use of a mobile or drive-through?
Yeah.
You don't. Door-to-door campaign, that's like the one you said they bring on the streets. You don't use that one too. Then outreach service is still the same. So the only place you go to for vaccination is primary health care center. So how do you book appointments?
For the vaccination. We follow the dates that we are given. Like after one appointment, we are always giving the next appointment date. So
so you have to follow the dates.
yes,
When you go today, they will give you the next time you are coming. So you can't just go there and show up.
No.
Okay. And when you go, do you always say queue?
Queue. Long queue.
Long queue. So how do you navigate through that?
No, I always make sure I go there early.
Okay.
So that at least I'm one of the first 20.
Okay. All right. So how easy it is to plan to take your child for a vaccination in advance, waiting for a vaccination service to be available? Okay. So do you also do this service too, taking your child for vaccination in advance?
In advance, like
Yes.
before the date? No.
It has to be that date.
It has to
Okay.
be that date.
And do you need to wait for vaccination service to be available before you get your child vaccinated?
I don't know, but the vaccination service is always available anytime we go.
Okay.
So,
But have you ever faced any issue with scheduling vaccination? Have you ever faced any issue? But regardless, when you look at the whole process now, would you say it is easy for you to get your child vaccinated, or it is not easy?
once we've planned ahead, it's always easy.
It's always
we
easy.
know, okay, on the 5th we are going, so we make sure that.
But is there anything you think can be done to even make it much more easier than it is at the moment?
Nothing. At least in my area, it's okay because we have more than one health centers to go to.
Okay.
So even if you can't get it here, you go to the other health centers just to follow.
What about the queue you mentioned?
The queue.
you
I
see
think
that
it's
as a
something we are
challenge?
used to. So the only thing is just to go there early. If you want to leave early, just go there early.
Okay. Then the place you get the vaccination, how easily accessed it is?
No, it's not far from my place.
It's not far from you. Do you need to take a bike or walk
Yes.
down?
No, we take bikes.
Okay. So does this serve as a barrier? Maybe because you have to pay. How much do you pay for bike?
Okay, the transport fare now has increased. Usually it doesn't used to be more than 300 naira.
Okay.
But now it's 600 naira.
Okay. So is that a barrier to getting your child vaccinated?
It's not really a barrier because it's not something we go for every time. It's just once in a while.
Alright, then the travel time and even you having to leave your shop to take your child for vaccination, is it a barrier? Do you see all this as a barrier?
We go very early in the
Okay.
morning because sometimes my children have to go back to school, so
Okay.
it's not at all.
Alright, so who typically takes your child for vaccination?
I do.
You do, okay. So how do you feel about the way vaccination are currently given to your child? How do you feel about the way it is being administered, the way it is being given to your child, the whole process?
There's nothing wrong with it.
How do you feel about it?
I'm okay with it.
You are okay. What makes you okay? Why are you okay with
Like,
it?
okay, the nurses are they are professionals.
Mm.
They don't waste time. They don't
Okay.
they don't waste our time.
They don't waste time.
don't waste
They are
time.
professional. Okay, so that makes you happy. So now, let's say you get to the hospital and you forgot your vaccination card at home. Does your child still get vaccinated irrespective?
No, they won't.
They won't give the child.
They
Have
won't.
you had that experience?
I've not.
Okay.
But I've experienced a woman too. The woman was like, why? What are you coming to the farm for if you don't have your...
Okay. So what about the vaccinations that you need to give the child multiple dose? You know, more like for example, measles now. You know, they take one dose. Another time they take different measles shots. How easy or difficult is it for you to keep track of this number of doses they are collecting?
It's easy because it's documented.
Okay.
So like I follow it's
Okay.
on
How is it documented?
it's on the immunization card. You see it measles 1, then
Okay.
measles 2. So you know, okay, this week we are going for the second measles
Okay.
vaccination. So
Okay. Okay. So they usually write it on
it's always
the card,
yes.
and you understand the language.
No, it's written clearly. Measles 1,
Okay.
measles 2. Time children are taking. If your children is 9 months, they are taking this drug. This is what these injections are for.
Okay. All right. So what do you usually call this this paper record? You know that you take to the hospital. What do you call it?
Immunization card.
Okay. Immunization card. So thinking about the vaccination that your children have received to date, how have these been given to them? You know, what method was used to you said they've taken polio, BCG, yellow fever. So how did they administer all this?
Through
Injection. Okay. Is there anyone they give them oral?
Yes, that's vitamin A.
Okay. Okay. What about the nasal spray? Like a spray?
No.
Have you gotten something like that?
No.
Okay. So it's only through oral and injection. All right. So to what extent, if at all, there has been much variation in how vaccines has been administered? Okay. So what do you think works better for you? Is it the oral or the injection?
I don't say choose one, but
Okay.
I feel they are for different purposes.
But I'm talking about method of administration now. Whatever that is given as injection could also be given as oral.
Oh, good.
No, I'm only saying as an example that which one works better for you? Is it oral or injection when you look at your experience with vaccination?
The only oral that I know has always been vitamin E.
Okay.
So that is the only one I know that has been given to my children orally. The
Okay.
rest has been injection.
Injection. So are you satisfied with this method, injection?
Yes.
So why? Why are you satisfied?
That's because my children did not disturb me.
Okay. How?
Like, you know, some children, you hear stories of my child could not sleep throughout the night. I forget it was stressful and all. But luckily for me, I didn't have issues with them.
That's okay.
Some complain of high temperature because their children took more.
Okay, so I'm going to show you something now. Most fascination at the moment are administered by what we call intramuscular injection. So I'm going to show you this page. Okay. So can you let me turn it to you? So this is the one you are used to, Abby.
Yes.
So can you go through it? So this one says this is the current syringe-based method to receive vaccine. The needle is spread into the child's muzzle. Vaccines are pushed through the needle tip into the muzzle. Then children will experience moderate or high pain. So are you familiar with this method of vaccination?
Yes, this is the one
You are familiar with. So to what extent do you perceive this method as a suitable administration method for your child or children vaccination? Do you think this method is suitable for them to get their vaccination?
To be honest, if there's any other means for the kids, because the experience I always get, like I feel the children's pain when that needle is being like passed through them, put into their skin.
So
like
you feel that emotion, you feel the pain, but if you have choice,
if there's choice, and it's as effective as the injection.
So in other words, you don't think it's suitable. I'm just trying to read your mind. Because you said if you have a choice,
there was other choice,
you would have gone for that. Okay. So what do you think is the main benefit of this method, intramuscular injection? Is there any benefit you see to them getting their vaccination this way? What's the main benefits of this method of getting vaccination?
I don't really know. I just feel like I think it's faster. Like it works faster.
Okay.
So that's the only thing I know.
Okay. That the vaccine will work in your body fast. Okay. What else?
Nothing.
So what's the drawback, like the disadvantage of using this intramuscular injection?
The pain.
The pain. Okay. Any other drawback?
No.
Okay. So let's look at this method now. This is a new patch-based method to receive vaccine.
Okay.
The patch is pressed into the child's skin. So this is patch. So see this picture, you press it into the child's skin. The vaccine dissolves from the patch into the skin in a few minutes. Children will experience no or low pain. So this is clarity. These patches have been researched for years and has been demonstrated to be as effective and harmless as syringe-based vaccination. Do you get it? So now, looking at this new method now, what is your initial thoughts? As I was reading it to you, what are those things that was coming to your mind?
The first thing that came to my mind was, is it going to be as effective as the syringe?
Okay.
Then the second thing is, this patch, like how many minutes is it going to stay on the child's skin? Then is it something that the mother can easily remove when it's done? Then do I know? Because I feel like my thought is, isn't this going to be taking time in the health centers? We're talking about syringes that is very fast and there's still like traffic. Like is it not going to like take more time to administer? Okay.
So those are the questions you have in your mind. But generally, what do you think about this method itself?
If there's no pain on the child, but that low pain, how low is it? Because then please, how many minutes? Like, I really need to know. Like,
Yeah, those are
how
your
many-
questions.
yes,
So it's
how many
noted. They
minutes
said a
then?
few minutes here.
Mhm.
So you want them
Then
to be
how
precise.
much is the pain?
They said
for
low
the child?
pain, low pain.
And it's very okay.
Okay.
Very
So what
okay.
makes
I
it
just-
okay?
Like that pain.
Hmm?
That's pain
Okay.
first. Then if it's as effective as the syringe, then
Mm.
I not go for it. So I
Okay.
just feel
So how will you describe this method in one sentence? This new patch method, how will you describe it in a simple sentence? Or in a single sentence?
I think it's nice.
When you say nice now, you are not saying anything. No. So just use another word to describe it. In a simple sentence, how will you describe this method?
I think it's I
Say
don't
what?
know how to express it.
Say you can say it
Like-
in Yoruba. Any
Like it will make sense. That's
Okay.
what I'm just.
So it
like,
makes sense.
It really makes
Okay.
sense.
So what is bringing that sense?
Like that, like if it's I don't know, like I feel that trauma of the children's cry. So
Okay.
if this is going to be painless,
Mm.
it's really going to be making sense.
Okay, so
I
it's
don't-
making sense
Mhm.
because you feel it to be painless. Okay. So now, how will you describe the main benefit of this method to facilitate a child or children? What do you see as the benefits? I know you mentioned pain.
Is that pain?
So any other benefit you see to that?
That pain is the only benefit that I see to it. Like
Okay.
it's that pain, no pain or it's
Okay.
very
Okay. So to what extent might this be preferred? So if you were to choose between this intramuscular and this new patch, which one would you go for? Let's say you have a choice.
I would go for the patch.
You go for the patch because
I don't want my child to feel pain.
you don't want your child to feel pain. Any other reason?
As long as it's as effective as that.
Okay. So do you have any concern about this new patch?
It's just the effectiveness and
Okay. So you are still having this worry that is it going to be effective?
and
So if they give you that assurance that
it's going
to be effective, do you still have
I
any
would go
concern?
for it.
All right. Okay. So you said it will reduce pain already. Then do you think it's going to reduce anxiety around fascination and fear of needle?
Yes, it's true.
It's true.
It's true.
Then is it going to reassure your child that has not received that your child has not received a spoil vaccine? Do
Is
you
it-
understand that?
No, I don't.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that to what extent do you feel that this method is reassuring you that your child has not received a spoiled vaccine?
Like it has not spelled.
Yes. They didn't say it has spoiled you, but I'm only asking that do you feel that assurance that your child is taking something safe that has not spoiled?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so what is giving you that assurance?
Okay. I want to believe that hospitals will not give us spots or expired injections. So
Okay. So which one is so is this very important to you that your child does not feel pain and then your child does not have the anxiety?
yes.
Or is it something that is very important to you?
When you just tell your child, okay, you are going to take a stamp on your hand today, you are nothing, they would,
Okay.
there's no problem. Because I remember my son, like his last injection, he was already, and I told him I had taken injection. He said he was not going, I know. So if something like this, okay, you're just going to take a stamp on your hand, no problem.
Okay.
It's going to reduce the anxiety.
That's it. All right. So now let's look at the community at large. How do you feel this method? How do you think they when they see this new method of a patch? How do you think they will perceive it? What do you think they will think about it?
To take a lot of lectures, to to convince some people.
Okay.
Because they will feel like, what is this one again? They would feel like it's different from what, like, because they will want to think, okay, this is a different injection. It's not the same injection that you are taking. Are you sure it's even injection? So it will take a lot of lectures and like.
Okay. So who are these people having these thoughts?
They will be.
Okay. Okay. So how do you think I'm showing you this now. Do you think your own perception, the way you have seen this one, do you think it will be different from the way other people in the community will see it?
True, because I've seen it.
Okay.
Like, it's like, this is almost like you're explaining it to me.
So let's say they're also seeing it for the first time.
They are seeing it for the first time and you're explaining it to me. I think some of my thoughts will be their thoughts too, that is this going,
is it going to, what are these thoughts?
To be effective?
Okay.
Is it going to, are you sure that it's the same injection our children are taking? Is it the same thing? And are you assuring us that, okay, the pain, they would easily believe the no pain part, but it's the effectiveness that will be on their mind.
Okay. So you're going to have the same line of thoughts when it comes to function of the vaccine. Okay. Then you think that some of them you might need to, they would think it's different from the intramuscular one, but do you think it's different? Do you think it's different for you?
At first, like looking at it at first, I didn't see until we read through it though. At first, I felt like, are you sure it's the same thing? Is it the same vaccine?
Okay, alright. So now you said sometimes you discuss this vaccine with your husband. So and you sometimes your husband have influenced the decision in taking vaccine. So if he gets to know this method too, how do you think he will feel about this method? What do you think he will say about it?
He would go for it.
Okay, so why? Because
he works with the health supervisor for health.
Okay.
So like he has some. In fact, before some of these things come to, he gives me listen. So if I should be the one to let him know first, he'll be like, okay, I'll find out, and if he finds out and he knows that, okay, it's
okay. So what about a situation whereby some people have mother-in-law, grandma that need to make decision for them? What do you think will be their concern or worry about this?
It's very difficult.
Okay.
It's going to be very, because all these our mothers are used to their own normal way of doing things. So like changing their mind, like giving them new things, it's going to take a lot of persuasion from them. Except maybe the grandma goes with you to the health center and listens to the lectures herself.
Okay, so now let's say this method is made available. How do you think it will impact vaccination acceptance? Do you think more people will start taking vaccines because of this new patch method, or less people will start taking? Is there going to be a difference? Is it going to make an impact in that area if we have this method?
It depends on. I think it might. People are not easy to convince. So I just feel like, okay, I think it will increase. Because when like Yamuri takes a child, if someone like, let's say I'm like, I take my child to take this kind of, and I come back home to give them that information. This thing works, it's very good. Your child will not even feel that. No, you that you don't even used to take your child to, like, it might change their mind to say, okay, are you sure it works?
Okay. But have you had an experience of maybe within the community, someone that did not give injection or vaccination to the child because of that phobia for needle or the pain they feel when they get vaccine with needle. Have you had that? They didn't take their child because of the needle?
Yes.
Okay.
I told you there was a woman that stopped taking her child after 6 months. She said she could not like all this injection that they be giving her, child will not sleep for 1 day, 2 days, and she started.
Okay, all right. So earlier on you mentioned that you have vaccination card or immunization card that you take to the hospital. So do they also keep record in the clinic? Yes. So is it possible to access the information in them?
Like our clinic.
Can you access the information in your immunization card?
Yes.
What about the one in the hospital?
You can.
If you need the information, can you access it?
Yeah, I think you can.
Okay.
It's documented, so.
Okay. So have you been provided with you have that. So how do you now keep your own copy in the house?
I have a file that I keep them.
Okay. So do you find it easy to keep? Is it easy to keep in the house?
Yes, it is.
Okay, are you sure? Or maybe sometimes when you are going to the hospital, you start looking for it.
No, I know where it is.
Okay.
It's in this file, and I know where I keep the file, so because I don't want it to be wrong.
Okay. But have you ever experienced a child missing a vaccination because you don't have the correct paperwork? Because you don't have the correct immunization card. Have you experienced that?
Not to me.
Okay, you mentioned that earlier.
Not to me personally, but I think I've seen a lady. I think she came from the east. She didn't come with her card and she wanted to vaccinate her.
Okay.
Although I left them there, but I knew she was just in the process. Like they were telling her, she had to find someone that could go to the hospital in the east to get a record for her.
So even though you keep your vaccination card, have you ever had this worry that you might miss the card?
That might
miss the immunization card?
No.
Okay, so you don't have that worry. Okay, so now we are going to talk about the record now. I'm going to show you another thing. So this is, we call it vaccine record assistance. So this is like a new method to keep a record for vaccine. So it's still going to be alongside with this you are familiar with this card, Abby? Okay. So they are not eradicating this. So it's going to be along with the yellow card. So I'm going to show you the first one now. Okay. So this is the first one, the first method. So this one is, let's go through it. Vaccine patches could potentially use a non-toxic dye that can dialogue. So this type of patch would apply dye at the same time as vaccine. The invisible dye is in the skin in a pattern presenting vaccine information. The pattern remains in the skin for a limited time. A special reader is needed to see the pattern and recognize vaccine information from the pattern. Healthcare workers would use those readers to recall vaccination information directly from the child arm. Only healthcare worker would have this reader. So this clarity now, researchers have shown in this patch to be accurate and harmless, but currently the patches that are planned are vaccine only and do not contain invisible dye. So tell me, so this is a method of keeping record of the vaccine that a child has received. So I've described it to you. Do you understand what is there? So tell me, as we were reading, I'm sure that something is coming to your mind. What are those your initial thoughts?
I'm just saying, this is a no-no.
So tell me, what is bringing that? No.
No, like only it has dye. The only health workers can read the dye. It's going to take a long time, and sometimes some parents will not even wait for health workers.
Long time to do what exactly?
Like after, like you have to normally that book record you do your like registration before you take the vaccine. So now this is like you have to take the vaccine before you record that you've taken this.
So tell me,
it's like a long time. It's like a waste of time honest to me. Like I feel like it's going to take a lot of time. And some parents will just, once their children are vaccinated, nobody will want to wait. They just go.
Okay.
Just,
so you think
like,
it's
just
waste
like,
time?
She both now for it's just a waste of time. And then the fact that this number 4 that is saying is the only vaccine that is available, that is not even.
No, this is just to tell you what we have now. So if this method is to be in place, that means the dye will be infused
It should
in
not
it.
be in place. So.
It should not be in place.
No.
So why did you say so?
You don't have that patience. So.
Okay. So your main concern is that
like
you think
it's
it will waste time?
It's time consuming.
You think it will be time consuming, okay? So, but to what extent do you
And
perceive?
then, how accurate is it going to be? Like before you say, okay, this machine is not reading this, and I sure put it very well. No, the error.
Okay. So you think it also generates error, but what do you see as the benefit of this method, invisible dye? This method, even though I know you said it's a no.
Like,
are you seeing any benefit at all?
Any benefit? I'm not seeing any.
You are not seeing any benefits.
I'm not seeing it.
Okay. So why are you not seeing any benefits?
Like, I'm not even following the idea, so
Okay.
there's no point thinking about any. I'm not even thinking about
Any benefits? No, you think it doesn't have any benefits for
no.
you. But in your opinion, would this make a purchase method better to deliver the vaccine? So if they use this method alongside with the that patch, this one I showed you, do you think it will make it better for the patch to deliver the vaccine into the skin of the child collecting the vaccine?
Then I'm thinking dye and the vaccine. Is the dye not going to affect like the potency of the vaccine?
Okay, so those are your concerns.
Yes.
Waste time. Will the reading be accurate, and then will the dye not affect the potency of the vaccine?
Yes.
Okay. So what is your perception of the fact that provide no need to recall your child vaccination history or offer to paper record? What do you think about that? So if you don't need to use paper record or when you get to the hospital for the next vaccine, or they don't need to recall the last time you had vaccination. What do you say to that?
No. So that means when my paper is now useless.
When this is in place, you might not need the paper, and you might not need to do record because it's already there. So what do you think?
Let's do the paper.
So what are you concerned?
That paper gives me sometimes I don't even remember the ones that we've taken or not. So like going back to that paper, okay, it reminds me, gives me, okay, we've done this is the only ones remaining. But there's no need to record again. It will disturb me because I'll be feeling like vaccination, even once after we've completed it, I will be feeling like it's incomplete because I don't have a record of my own.
Okay, so you think that paper still help you?
Exactly.
But what about at the hospital? Now, if you know that when you get to the hospital, you say you need to go and do one registration first. So if this is eliminating that registration process because they already have the reader on the child's body, So what do you think?
No, that registration, like the one that does it is fast. And like, so it's not like, okay, people are waiting for, and once the nurse is ready, before the nurse gets ready, say she already has like 10 or 15. So before the nurse finishes with that 10 or 15, she's done. And it's not like we are standing before her, we're just submitting our cards.
Okay, but do you see this valuable compared to the traditional method of Fasen approach that, when you compare the two?
The paper record.
Yes, when you compare this die, invisible die,
And the
paper record,
No.
is it valuable?
No.
Okay, so how do you think people in the community will see this method?
Like, I'm not even thinking for myself alone now, like,
Okay.
I'm thinking for all of us.
What would be their reaction? What would be their concern?
I believe their reactions, at least not all of them, but some of them will go with me that
That was
this, they can't go for this.
they can't go for this because
All this record that, because sometimes, let's say, okay, you later need it for something official or so. It's not easy to get records like that.
okay.
It's not just only hospitals, everywhere. Getting records is going to like take a while and some expenses and all. But when you have your own at hand and it's legal and everybody, okay, it's known that, okay, this is normal hospital thing, it's going to be easier than going back to the hospital to say you need records for all this.
Okay. So now looking at the people in the community now, what similarities do you think you will have in your line of thoughts regarding this invisible die? What similarity thoughts do you think you will have?
Everything I said.
Okay.
Our thoughts are going to be similar.
Okay,
It's going to be similar. Having that paper. Although some, at least I've seen some that are very careless with their paper. So those ones might want to lean towards this one.
Okay.
Or we that we know that, okay, like everybody is used to, okay, we know we always have to have to. And this is going to, because I tell you that I go back to the paper sometimes to check the appointment dates to be sure. This one, now, how do we know the next appointment date?
Okay. Okay, that's for you.
How do we know the next appointment day? So that we know, okay, after this month we are going in the next 2 months or so.
Okay.
How do we get that?
So what about the other people that are also involved in decision making when it comes to immunization, like your husband, some people that their grandma, mother-in-law? How do you think they will accept this method of record keeping? That's the invisible die. And what will also be their concern?
I cannot really think very well for totally for others, but I feel grandmas especially, they will just be like, you're turning everything to Igbalode, all these ones, now you will not be serious again, you will not, I don't know, like grandmas will even take it to another level, let's not even talk about them. But like some of us that are like the decision is between we and our husbands, most times, not all the time, most times it is we the women that do the even after the decision and everything. My husband is not going to be the one that will tell me he doesn't keep records at hand. Most of I'm the one that tells him, okay, I'm going for immunization next week, please remind me, let it be in your mind so in case I forget. But it's a lie, I will still be the one that will remember. So those ones, they don't really, all this.
Okay. But what if it's still going to be used alongside the yellow card now, like I mentioned?
Okay, and that was why I asked that. Like, is it that, I thought you said like we won't need to keep records with the card again. It will only be this, but we are still.
So if you are going to have both the yellow card and you're going to have the invisible dial, is it acceptable?
And then they will ask, what's the point? Then what's the stress there? So it's like you're keeping 2 records.
Okay.
I don't see.
You don't see what?
There's no point. Like, I feel like, what's the stress? What's the stress? If we already have the yellow card, then we still have to wait again for you to do that's already been recorded already on paper.
Okay.
So what's the point?
So if you are to choose in between the two,
I'll go for the paper.
okay. All right. But if this is available, do you think it will decrease the rate at which people take immunization?
It might reduce it.
It might reduce it. Why? Why do you think it might reduce it? I want to show you another one.
So people don't have patience for so some people are just even like coming sick before. Then you're not making it difficult for them. Like shift.
Okay. All right. So I'm showing you the method 2. This is mobile app. So let's see. An app could potentially be used for record keeping. Use would require a phone and a connection to a central database. The healthcare worker would enter the vaccine record to a phone-based app, then upload to a central database. Healthcare workers would use the phone-based app to recall vaccines information by using the phone to retrieve data from a central database. So looking at this, what is your initial thoughts about the this mobile app? This one is mobile app. What do you think?
This mobile app now, is it only the health worker that it's like, okay, we are computer, we are keeping it in a system.
So what are your initial thoughts?
Is the card
Okay.
is the card still available for them?
So what do you
okay, I think this is just like making it easier for the health workers.
Okay.
It's not affecting us in any way, right?
What do you think?
Because do we still keep the card?
So you are thinking, so what would work for you?
What I'm saying, the only thing I'm saying, maybe to my own understanding, this is just like instead of the health worker writing it out in our own or his own book, records keeping book. So he's just uploading it on the system. It makes work easier for them now.
Okay, so it makes work easier for the health worker. So for you, what do you think? So do you think you still need your card or not?
I still need my card.
You still need your card, okay? So but to what extent do you perceive this is a suitable method for keeping record for vaccination? Do you think it's a suitable method to keep record for vaccination?
It's actually a very good one.
Okay, so what makes it good? What are the benefits you're saying?
Like I just feel like, okay, we are the world is evolving. Truly, we are supposed to like I've left all this bookkeeping thing and kept everything on database and everything. True. It's a very good.
So what benefits? Can you give me one or two benefits that you're saying here?
For the health workers.
Okay. So what will it do to the health worker?
I feel it makes work easier for
them. What else?
Like faster.
Okay.
It's easier. It's easier and faster for them.
Okay. So do you have any concern for the mobile app? Any worries, concern?
Network.
Okay, there could be network issue. What else?
Power.
Okay, power issue.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say.
Sorry. Let's say the phone gets missing. Is there always like a way to like retrieve the information?
Okay.
So that it's not like the phone gets missing and everything else goes
like
that.
So let's say you can also have access to the app. How likely are you to use the app?
I would use it. I want to at least, even if it's once or twice, I want to confirm that okay, our records are there. Then is it that like when I go, is it that it's going to be accessible? Like everybody can see every other person's record, or we have to have like okay, this is how to go about it. You have to enter your own personal information to get your own personal health. It's that. It's good.
Okay. So you want
so
to
even if you at least it's like a backup for us too. Even if the paper gets missing or destroyed, you can always go back. It's very good.
Alright. Okay. So now let me show you the last one. This one is a necklace could potentially be used for record keeping. Use would be require a phone and a special necklace that stores the vaccinations record. The healthcare worker would enter the vaccines record to a phone-based app, then upload the necklace. Healthcare worker would use the phone-based app to recall vaccination information by using the phone to read data from the necklace. So what do you think?
Anything can happen to that necklace.
Anything can happen to the necklace. So tell me.
That necklace is not safe.
Okay. So you think people can easily misplace the necklace? Okay, so what else? What else is your concern and worry?
Then is it not going to be? I don't know. So the necklace, they will be taking the necklace to the hospital on the day of
Vaccination, that's what it means. So tell me, what is your reaction to
people
this?
will come to the hospital with that necklace.
So you think they will be misplaced?
Misplaced.
Okay, so any other thing? So, but beyond being misplaced, what do you think? What do you think about the whole concept?
I don't think it's a safe way of keeping.
It's not safe. You think it's not safe, and it's not safe because
that means someone else can always take it to the hospital to get information about it, right? So long as they have the necklace.
Okay, so you think anybody can pick it up and use it?
But my main thing is a necklace is not something that you can always keep. Good self gets missing. Not to talk of me.
Alright, so it's not safe. You think it not be easy to keep? Alright. But do you think this is a method? This method is suitable for record keeping for vaccination? Okay. So, but do you see any benefits here?
No.
No benefits. And you already told me your concern. How likely are you to use this device if it's made available?
I won't.
You won't use it because
me naturally I'm careless.
well, you've always kept your immunization.
No, that book. But when it comes to jewelry, like I'm very, very like this earring. If I tell you where I found it, this one.
All right. So now we are going to rate all these things I've shown to you. I would not like us to rate each of the record keeping method on your likelihood to use them should they become available. So where 1 is the lowest, so that means if you take 1 you are not likely to use, and 5 is the highest. If you take 5 you are likely to use. So we are rating. Let me start from the invisible die. How likely are you to use this on a scale of 1 to 5? 1. So why did you say 1?
I don't think I can do. Like I feel like I think I told you my
Okay,
concerns.
so your concerns. Okay, so 2.
Yeah.
This mobile app, you can use this.
Yeah.
Okay. 4. And the necklace. 1. Okay. So that means it's only the mobile app you are likely to use.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So how do you think this mobile app would increase your confidence in vaccination process?
Okay, because the only thing I'm thinking is that I know that I'm just thinking it's a backup.
Okay.
Record keeping for me.
Okay.
Like I know that even if I don't have the traditional paper one, I know that I can always easily get back to it and get all the.
Okay. All right. So if all these 3 methods are made available in the long run, do you expect that in the long run you will more or less likely to facilitate your children or not? If all these technologies are made available, you can access them. So do you think you will more or less, maybe you continue to, it will encourage you more to take vaccines for your children, or it will rather discourage you?
second method will
encourage you. Okay, so what about the two other methods?
These two other methods, the only thing that will make me to continue with vaccination is if I can still have my paper.
Your paper.
To be honest, that first one, I don't think it will encourage
you. Okay.
With the dye. If it's the patch alone, the vaccine alone, fine. But with that dye, I don't know.
Okay.
Like I feel
it won't. Okay, but the app will encourage you.
Alright.
So let's say in a situation where you require multiple doses of vaccines like the measles. So which of them do you think comes handy? How would they help? How does the necklace help? How does the app help? How does the dye, the visible dye help?
In keeping record.
Yes, in the situation where you have multiple dose vaccine, like we mentioned that measles earlier on,
Yes.
how do they help you in that area? Which one do you think will work better for you?
I can't think of the second one.
Okay, that's the app, Abby. So how do you think that one will help you?
Okay, because I know that even if I don't have the paper record and I want to remember like which measles, I can always easily go to the app and find that information. Which the last time my child took measles vaccination, which one is it, the first one or the second one? Then I know it's taking the next one.
Okay. So for the necklace and the dye, you can't make reference to them.
No, I'm not even thinking about it.
Okay. So let's say you want to explain to your friend what I've shown you today. How will you explain to them?
Everything.
Okay, so how will you say it to them, one after the other?
Okay, that they are bringing a new method of vaccinating our children now. Instead of injection, it will be patch. The patch is the same thing. It's going to be as effective.
I'm talking about the record
keeping.
keeping.
Record keeping.
Yes.
There's that patch. They will add that into the patch. So that invisible patch. That's what they will use one small machine to test it, to check. Is that one that they used to record? And then the necklace that one, your child, anytime you are going to the hospital, you must go to the hospital with the necklace. If you don't have that necklace, you will not be able to find your information.
Okay.
So then the third one is the app. That one, you can always check it yourself, and you can check it for you in the hospital. You have record on your phone. Yeah, you can enter the app, just like you want to enter a NIMC app to find out your information. You can easily enter the app, put in your information and get your records yourself.
Alright. So if this method are made available, do you think there will be rumor in the community about it?
There will be rumor.
What
Plenty rumor. Different, you hear the negative, you hear the
positive. So if you now hear the negative rumor about this method, how likely is it that it's going to affect your willingness to use them? Is it going to affect your willingness to use them?
For someone like me that, let's say I'm hearing for the first time in the community, I would be like, what's all this one that is happening? Let's go to the hospital first now to find out. So when I get to the hospital, I find out, this is it. Maybe I'll just, then I'll be able to say, this is the one that I can go for. Can I choose one?
Okay.
Or if I can choose one, then I'll go for the one I want, and then we'll stick to it.
Okay. So what you're saying is that you would want to hear from the hospital first before making your decision, even if they say negative thing about it.
Because I know, I just imagine everybody has positive, everybody has negative. You hear some things and you want to be discouraged, but then you need to be sure, find out, get the facts right and before you make it.
So what do you think can be done to address or prevent this kind of rumor from spreading?
if maybe once in a while they can like organize some community like meetings, because we cannot, everybody will not go to the hospital.
Okay.
Even if you say okay, this information, even if it's like a walk around speaker or something, like you have to like I'm trying to remember this English that I want to use. Is it sensitize or something?
Okay, so they
like,
should do sensitization program.
People, some people, not everybody has the thought of okay, let me go and find out, let me confirm. Some people make their decisions based on what they hear. So if you can like, if they can organize some communities meetings like to sensitize people very well, so that people will know the level they are left from right. They can be able to differentiate and get right information.
Alright, I understand. So in rounding up, would you be open to your child receiving the TAB? So the TAB immunization is diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis vaccine. So if your child is collecting this and record the vaccination information via the patch, would you be open to that? So on a scale of 1 to 5, where 1 means you're willing, you are not at all willing, and 5 is you are very willing. So give me a score. If you be open for your child to receive the TAB, that's a tetanus injection, and the other one.
What did that?
Pertussis.
Okay, but this is
Whooping cough immunization via and record the vaccination information via the patch. So give me a score between 1 to 5.
Let me get it straight. Like, yeah, vaccinating them through the patch method, right?
Yes.
Then the record will be through that
patch method.
invisible
That's the invisible dye. So give me a score from 1 to 5.
Invisible dye.
1. Okay. Any other reason apart from what you said? Then what about the HAP method?
Yes.
So give me a score.
I don't know.
4. And why did you say 4?
That's something I'm seeing.
Okay. Something you are saying. Then what about through the necklace? No. 1. Okay. So then the second one, to what extent are you open for your child to receive the measles vaccination and record the vaccination information via the patch? So on a scale of 1 to 5? 1. What about the HAP and then the necklace? Alright, so any other thing you think we should talk about that we didn't talk about as we round up? Anything you want to say? Okay. Alright, so thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your insights. So we have we have done uses, the same written. Alright, thank you. So we have something to say. Thank you. My colleague will see it outside.
Alright,
Thank you so much.
Have a great day.
And you too. First one again. First one. O ò lè gba patches. Ìbàdàn ló wá ti gbọ́ nǹkan. Ìgò yẹn wẹ̀. Honey, he said no. Ó lè dára lẹ́nu kékeré. Yá lọ gbọ́ back. The brief. Yeah, come carry your sister, make her in charge. Are you okay?
I said, yeah, I said, you know, say. I fẹ́ kó lọ ní uniform.
Ẹ̀yin nìkan kọ́ ọ.
Ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́gbọ́njú tó wa. Lẹ́yìn kó mọ̀ pé ẹ̀kọ́jú tó wa.
Ẹni tí bá dé ní máa lọ sẹ́ẹ̀dì bọ́ǹbù sẹ́ni yẹn pé sọ fún àwọn client yẹn pé kọ́ ṣe sùúrù ní Friday dá.
Eléyìí lè bá. Ọ̀la ló lè pín sí ẹ̀dẹ̀.
Ok, ọ̀la tẹ̀ tí mo ká ogún mo ti ṣe 20%. 20% ló ti ṣe. Ti tọ́lá yìí. Mi tọ́lá yìí ti bú.
I no wan laugh. Ọmọ wa ṣe oríṣẹ́.
Ọmọ wa
Àti
ṣe
owó
oríṣẹ́
tí gbé sí
ní
ní
ọ̀nà.
ló ti tó iṣẹ́ máa ti dé ọlọ́run gọ́tà.
Àbí o, a máa ṣe lọ́nà.
Kó wá ṣe oríṣẹ́ gbà gan-an lélẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ́ sáyìn lẹ lómi táàmù.
Èmi ni wọ́n fún mi lómi.
Ọkọ̀ ilé ìlànà
Ẹ̀wọ̀n ìfọ̀n request fún.
Oh, okay.
Ó náà fẹ́ request mo fẹ́ jẹ.
Wọ́n ti bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe tíì.
Ìyẹn náà dá sí.
Wọ́n ti gbóyè minerals nínú.
Ayọ̀ mi ò fẹ́ mi ò minerals are not a fan of minerals.
Please, mọ́tì kan àti pé mi èlé mi.
Ẹ̀yà. Ó wà pé máa disfriend ẹ̀yìn àtọ̀gá tọ́run báyìí. Ìjẹ́ nígbà tí ẹ má jẹ́ adágún ìjọba ti ń sọ̀rọ̀.
Àwa ò lè lásìlásì. Olùdókòwò ìwà fún ọ̀rẹ́ náà ló dé pé ilé náà máa ń wọ ọjọ́ ọ̀hún ọ̀hún gbọ́ let this first pass over.
But for me, if there's a way you can manage, àwọn ọmọ tó dàgbà.
Wọ́n ti ti ń ṣe lọ́dọ̀ tí wọ́n sọ. Bọ́dẹ̀ bí èèmọ̀ àyẹ̀ nìkan yẹn lára, wọ́n jẹ́ nìkan. Ara ló ń fàwọ̀ sí.
Easy but ṣé ọ̀gá the way responsible.
Wọ́n ti yẹ plenty gan-an ní ìṣẹ́ ìṣẹ́.
Irú èmi sí táwọn ọba ti ṣe kí lẹ́kọ̀ọ́kọ́ mi tó jáde ní kò sí ìfọ̀ mi.
Náà àwọn ọmọ mi fẹ́ ṣùkú.
Good afternoon, sir. All right, thank you for joining me today. My name is Olubala. Here at my back is my colleague, Abiola. And together we are Obseta. We talk to people on any topic that you can imagine. Okay, so today we are just going to be talking about, want to gather your experience about vaccine. There are no right or wrong answers. So we just want to know what you know, what you think other people know. So your experience so far with your kids. Alright, so the session is being recorded for research purpose only. Your face and your voice will not be seen on any platform. All your information will be recorded anonymously. Alright, so are you comfortable? Can I start? Alright, thank you so very much. Let me get to know you. Tell me your name, what you do, your age, the age of your children.
Akindele Isaac Adeomi.
Okay.
I'm into real estate.
Okay.
I'm a real estate consultant.
Okay.
I have my school start.
Okay.
To be with me.
Okay.
I have 4 kids.
What are their ages?
3 months,
Okay.
3 years, 6 years, 8 years plus.
Okay, so I will need you to increase your voice a bit so that all these devices can also capture that you are saying. Okay, thank you. So let's talk about how you manage the health of all these children. How do you manage their health, the health of your family? How do you make sure that everybody is in good condition? Okay, what are the things that you do?
First and foremost, I think I'm a father that love kids so much.
Okay.
And as a caring father, you take your time to check your kids early in the morning, look at their body as a whole, their system, you relate with them, you hear from them.
Okay.
So they have any complaint. When you are free with your kids, they're going to tell you what and what they are facing or what and what their challenges are.
Okay.
So I'm the type of I spend most of the time with my kids.
Okay.
My wife is a teacher, she leaves home very, very early in the morning.
Okay.
I take good care of them. So I spend most of the time with them.
Alright. So apart from checking them and talking to them that okay, are you feeling, checking that they are fine, okay, what are the things that you do or the ways of life that you exhibit? What's the main priority that comes in promoting a good health for your children?
I make sure they stay in a very, very good place, clean place.
Okay.
A very, very good clean place.
Okay.
Make sure that is our priority. Because when the kids stay in a dirty place, different germs, different infections affect them. So make sure everywhere is being tidy up. So that is just it.
Are there some illness, you mentioned infection, are there some illness that you feel that are more important or to protect your child against, or there are some ones that you think that they are less important to protect your child against?
There is no one that is less.
Oh,
Yes, I'm right.
okay.
There's nothing that cannot take the life, so everything is important.
There's no disease that cannot take life. Okay. All right. So let's talk about vaccination and how you keep track of the vaccine that your kids have taken. Do you see how important do you see vaccination as part of maintaining good health for children?
I think before vaccination is out, we saw how cholera and all these things affect the kids here and there. But ever since the day these kids have taken vaccination, I think this thing has reduced. Even has gone because you are not the cholera that we do here before is no longer in existence again in the area. So it is very, very paramount and very, very essential for all parents to take it as priority.
All right. So apart from preventing diseases, what other benefit would you call the main benefit of vaccination? How important? What is the benefit that kids get from being vaccinated?
I think the benefit is seeing your kids being healthy all the time.
Okay. Do you think there are any disadvantages or drawbacks for being vaccinated?
Presently, I have not come across any.
Okay.
Presently, I don't know of tomorrow.
Okay.
Because it is the press that will tell you when there is small issue on one particular dog, they will tell you, they will bring that, I go to social place, this is a killing person, but not such thing. So approximately it's still.
To your best of knowledge, which are the vaccines that your kids have received? So you have 3 months, right?
Yes.
The one that because others they have grown. So which vaccination are they taking?
I think PCG, polio,
okay,
Atiasis, I what do they call it? And measles.
Okay, measles, okay.
I think to mention few, these are the ones that
like,
but most of those things are in cards. When I take them to school, we just take this month, I take the one in the card, the next month we take in the card. So that is why I cannot put it so that it's just you have all those things in the card.
Okay, the vaccine card.
Yes, the vaccine card.
Okay.
So we have it on ground as the monthly thing.
Okay, so for BCG, if I ask you to rate, how important it is for BCG to how important is it to protect your child on a scale of 1 to 5? When 1 means low rating and 5 means high rating. So how important is BCG?
5.
5, okay. And polio?
5.
5, okay. Measles?
5. Because we all know all these things, you know how it affects kids before. It disform them. You understand? You had this family, they will compare polio, So all these things, since all this vaccine has been out, I think all those things we don't come across it again, even in my area.
Okay. How about hepatitis B? Are you aware about hepatitis B?
It's inside the cupboard. I don't know the major thing that will come across is the polio.
Okay.
And
You know, how about rotavirus? Do you remember hearing about it?
I've heard about all those ones before.
Okay. So now, how do you go about? You mentioned earlier that it's important for all parents to vaccinate their children. So how do you go about deciding which vaccination your children will receive and the one that they will not receive?
Well, medically, I'm not a medical aspect, but I think from we have one hospital that brings to my area, which is Pete, and the vaccine has been stipulated in the card from month 1 to month 13. You understand? So we have month 1, month 2. They are starting the way the month goes. Every is a monthly thing. So I just take them there. When my wife is not available, I take them there. They are starting this vaccine, and we move on to the next month.
Okay. So aside for the fact that they've listed the vaccine, do you also consider any other factor before you take them or your child or wife take them?
No.
Okay.
This means just because from my first child to the last one, that is how this thing has been, and it has always worked for us. So I don't have any doubt in those things. You know, when you are having challenges in the first one, that is when you be thinking that the second one not alone. But right from the day one, we'll be doing this thing and it has been working for my family. I think that is why I don't have any challenge towards it.
Alright. You mentioned that if your wife is not around, that you take the kids for the vaccination.
Yes.
Who else is involved in vaccination? Is it only 2 of you or your
Only 2
mom
of us.
or your
Only 2 of us. Only 2 of us. Only 2 of us.
Okay, so are you a Christian or a Muslim?
Christian.
Okay, so do things that they say talk about vaccine in your church, does it affect your decision? No. Okay, they don't talk about vaccine in your church.
You know, sometimes some health specialists will come and do some lecture about it. So whether they say it or not, what has worked for my first child, my second child, so I don't think I need any. I'm not a baby again. Yes, and so I'm very, very familiar with it.
Okay. So do you tend to want to know more about what the vaccine does or about vaccine? Where if you want to source for information, who do you meet that you ask information about vaccine from?
Frankly speaking, I don't.
Oh, really?
I just believe, because if my hospital could tell me this is the next step, it's good for this, it's good for this.
Okay.
I think.
So you get information from the hospital. Okay.
So
and that's the trusted information.
So yes, now because I've been working for us.
Okay. Who is responsible for taking final decision for vaccination for children? You or your wife? So we are the two.
I take 70%, but I think we both take, because we are in the same line.
Okay, so you take 70%.
Sometimes when that is why I take them when she's not available.
Okay. Okay, so I would now like to share, do you have any fear, or concern that you may have around vaccination? No, not at all.
Not at all.
Okay. Have you ever opted out from vaccinating your children because of one reason or the other? Maybe for one reason you are not concerned. No. So you may ensure that they get their vaccination completely.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about people in your community.
Okay.
How do people in your community typically talk about vaccination? What are the things that they say?
Most of them they don't have Chinese on. Because most of them, if you don't make use of the private hospital, you make use of the general hospital.
Okay.
And most of you will see them in hundreds every week, taking their kids there, taking their child down there. So I think if everybody is having any doubt within the vicinity, they will be trooping in to come and vaccinate their children. Okay. So that is why I believe in my community. I think everybody is. So
you are saying that they have the same attitude that you have towards vaccination. Oh wow. Do you think there are some set of people in the community that have any concern about vaccinating their children? I don't
think so. I have not come across any.
You have not come across any. Okay. So now, what do you think, what is your personal belief or what do you think is the long-term impact of vaccination?
As far as people are not falling sick, the kids are not falling sick,
Okay.
are not having any issue, we don't see any disform aspect in their body. I think it's as good as going until the world comes to an end. Because yes, when something is working for the people, I don't think we need to kick against it.
Okay. You know how people do carry rumor. Some people carry rumor that's the people will carry say whether they know whether it's true or not. So they do carry rumor. So how do you believe in this type of rumor? Do you see yourself believing in what people say in the community?
I've said so earlier on. I said what works for me. I have my first kid, my second week, and all these things works for them. Third, this is the fourth one. I don't think there's anyone that someone will tell me. I know these things are working for my family.
Okay. But have you ever heard anything rumor or related to vaccine in your community?
No.
No. Okay. Now, you mentioned that you go to Bethel.
Yes.
It's a private hospital.
Yes.
Is it only that place that you go to vaccine, or you also go to other general hospital?
General hospital.
Okay, you go to general hospital. So you use it too.
Used
So on what occasion will you use general hospital, and what occasion will you use Bethel?
maybe when my baby is down, seriously down.
Okay.
There is this is it WHO or this that we registered that the state will take care of the kids for 1 year.
HMO.
HMO. So I registered my kids there.
Okay.
You understand? So I think the firstborn, I started that one in general hospital, while the other three, I started in Bethel. Bethel is registered.
Okay. Okay. So what I'm saying for vaccination or vaccine.
Bethel, strictly Bethel.
Strictly Bethel. Oh, okay. Do you know that the health center also send their people out?
Yes, now polio.
Polio.
Yes,
Do you also allow your kids
yes,
to take
yes,
it?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now let's talk about how you go about when you are going to Bethel. What is the process like? Do you book appointment, or you just show up there?
They give us appointment day.
Oh, okay.
If your appointment is 22 of this month, next month it will be 19 of next month.
Okay.
They will stipulate it in your card.
Aha.
So that 19 you shouldn't go against it. And if you have any issue that will make you need to go and see the doctor and lodge complaint that due to this and this, you cannot meet up. They give another appointment within days so you can meet up.
Ah, okay. Is there usually a queue there?
Yeah?
Is there usually a queue at
No.
the hospital?
No.
No queue. Okay, so everything is easy
Yes,
for you.
Yes, and not based on its private. But on like general now, the queue is always much there.
Okay.
It's always much there.
Okay. Have you ever had a challenge whereby maybe you miss your appointment like you said and you want to reschedule? Have you ever had a challenge of scheduling?
Yes. At least if I was have the number of the doctor there.
Okay.
So when I give them a call that I'm supposed to come today, I'm going to Mr. Adome, please next week Tuesday, come and make sure you bring my daughter down to our hospital. We are expecting her. So sometimes it happens.
Okay, so it's actually a seamless situation.
Yes.
So you just have to call them and they
Yes.
will book appointment for you. Okay. How about the traveling time between your house and Bethel? How far it is? How do you get there?
It's not far. It's trackable distance.
Oh, it's a trackable distance. Okay, so it is easy for you. You don't have to take time out of work. Okay.
And the nature of my job, I do my own personal business. I don't work for anybody.
Okay. So it's either you take the kids or
My wife.
your wife takes the kids. So currently, the process of vaccinating your children, the way they do all those things, how do you feel about the way these vaccinations are currently being given to your child? How do you feel?
It's okay by me.
Okay, you are satisfied. All right. If you don't take the child to the hospital, do your children still get vaccinated? No. So what happened at that point?
There's no way my house is very close to the hospital. Why would I go to the hospital without going along with the car? So why am I taking the hospital? It's like it's paramount. They must know the next stage The card has divided stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. So when I'm taking the child to the hospital, they must know the stage and what the next facility they are giving the baby.
Okay, so it has never happened to you that you forget the card. Okay. So but for the, you know, there are some vaccines that are multiple doses. They have to take one shot, one maybe in another few months. They have to take that same vaccine but another second, and you repeat version. So how easy or difficult did you find it to keep track of the doses that your child has taken?
I said so initially. I said those track. The only thing is I monitor it through the card.
Okay.
Because that's all these things are dated from month 1 to month 13 inside the card. So my own is just to do the follow up from month 1.
Okay, so you read the card to see if this is the next one.
This is the next one.
Oh. And how easy is that for you?
Very easy. Very easy. Very easy. It's more easier than just promising that this is what you are going to take the next month, that next month. A lot of things may be brain and may not be able to expect. But when you have the card, okay, this is the next stage, this is the next step. So it makes it more easier.
Okay. Thank you for your information so far. Now let's talk about different method that you might be used to get vaccination, or kids might be used to get vaccinated. So so the card that you are mentioning, what do you call it? That card that you take to your hospital for vaccination, what do you call it?
But it's just
Okay. So I just want to, they just call it immunization card, because I wanted to use the what you are calling it, so that when I'm referring to you, you will know what I'm saying. Okay, so thinking of the vaccination that your children, that's the new one, and the 3 years old have taken, how has it been given to them? Is it through, how has it been given to them?
True injection.
Okay, through injection, and which other one? Mouth, okay, oral, okay, which other style do you use? Those are the two. Okay. So have they ever given them anything as nasal spray into their nose?
No.
No, okay. So has there been any more variation in how this vaccine has been administered? Probably okay, so like is this how it has always been, or they have changed style of method?
This is.
Okay, so how does that make you feel? Do you feel it's
so comfortable, because it's still the same process for these other ones, and everybody is okay.
Okay, so you are satisfied with the method. Okay. So most vaccination at the moment are administered by intramuscular injection, which means they inject into the muscle so that the injection will go. So I want you to look, I will show you a page in my system to look at it to see whether this is how they do it. Okay, is this how it works?
Yes.
This place?
Yes.
Okay. So you are familiar with this method now? Okay.
Yes.
So do you perceive this method of the IM method, this is intramural, so that's the intramuscular, that's what I'm calling the IM, injection method, as suitable administration method for childhood? Do you think this method is suitable for children?
It's suitable for them.
What makes you say it's suitable?
Presently, most of them doesn't know pain yet.
Ah, okay.
No, if I'm an adult now, some adult now doesn't take injection at all. But kids, most of the children doesn't know pain
yet. Okay, what do you think is the main benefit of this style of vaccination? IM injection vaccination. What's the benefit?
When there is no side effect on it.
Okay.
Like some parents who said their bodies, their child and swell up, they use blood for it. But my own case, it doesn't have side effect on them.
The kids are rugged.
It doesn't have side effect. It doesn't have side effect on them. So
Okay.
based on that, I don't.
Okay, so you think it does not have any drawback since your
Yes,
kid
yes,
does not
yes,
react
yes,
to
yes,
it.
yes, yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
Now I would like you to read this for me. If you can, please. This and this that I'm showing you. So I want to, because I want to introduce you to this new method of vaccination.
Which method? This new method?
Yes, read this one first and read this one.
Okay, this is the current syringe-based method to receive vaccine. The needle is pressed into the child's muzzle. Vaccine are pushed through the needle tip into the muzzle. The children will experience mortality and eye pain.
Or eye pain, yeah. So this is a new method.
Okay.
Yeah, read that one.
Okay, this is a new fresh-based method to receive vaccine. The patch is pressed into the child's skin. Vaccine dissolves from the patch into the skin in a few minutes. Children will experience no or no pain. To clarify this, patch have to be researched.
Have been researched for years.
Okay, this patch have been researched
Yeah.
for years and have been demonstrated to be as effective and harmless as syringe-based vaccine.
vaccination. Okay, so do you understand what you read, right?
Yes.
So what is your thoughts about it? About this new method?
I've not come across it.
Okay,
Yes,
it's new.
but they spray it in some few minutes. It will start to give it to me.
Yes.
So I've not come across it. But I
Okay.
think that would be more easier.
Why do you think
It will
so?
look very, very, no. Where are you, man? Because I said there are kids that they don't feel the pains. What of those kids that feel the pains? And they use block, they would look for block, look for extra things. So, those people. But when you come across this now, I think everything will be on the equal part. It's not because this family has good and the other family doesn't have that kind of skin. So I think this one will be more
Okay, you think it will be more easy?
easy. Yes.
Okay. You said that do you have any question? Any question about it? No. Okay. So if you want to describe this method in one sentence, what will you say?
Very easy.
Very easy. Very easy. Okay. So do you feel that it's suitable for administration, for vaccine administration method for childhood, for children? You think it's suitable for children?
It's suitable
to use this method?
Because sorry, I don't know how effective it will go into the unlike the muscle that when it goes through the vein immediately and react. But this one now, it's until when we start seeing the work that we now know that, oh, this is how to walk through the vein and.
Okay, so you don't know how fast it
Yes,
is to
to
start
start
walking.
walking.
So now that is the question. Do you have another concern
No,
about how to
no,
walk?
no.
Okay.
That is the only question.
Okay. So aside the fact that for the children that always react to injection, it will be easy for them to use this patch.
Yes.
Patch method.
Yes.
What other main benefit is this method of vaccinating children will give? What other benefit will it give?
It's just the pain aspect. That is just the pain aspect.
Okay. So for the pain aspect, I think this will be more preferable
Yes.
than injection.
Injection.
Okay. Do you see any disadvantages or drawback of this method?
No.
Not at all. Okay. Do you think this method will reduce anxiety around vaccination or fear of needle?
Yes.
It will.
Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
Okay. Do you think this method will reassure you that your child? Do you think this method have the reassurance that your child has not received a spoiled vaccine?
Whereas when we are taking the normal fasting, do you know if it's spoiled or not? It is only to make us that will confirm that. No, I don't want to tell you what I don't know. It's not my thing.
That's true.
You understand?
Okay.
So it is left for us. We are on trust stand.
Okay.
We have always been with them and always been on trust stand with them. So I think when they are doing this type of method too, we are still going to build our trust on them too.
On them, okay, on the healthcare.
Yes.
Okay. So how do you now feel that this method will be perceived by the wider community? This
The
new method.
world appreciate it. Everybody will be glad to see, because I don't know the percent of people that complain on the media aspect.
Okay.
You understand? Because my family doesn't complain doesn't mean every other people doesn't complain. So I know how people, some parents doesn't take vaccine because of the pains of the thing will swell up, the thing will have issues, and most of them doesn't. But unlike this one now, it will make it more easier. More people will participate in the vaccine aspect.
Okay. What do you think, since it is you and your wife that does the vaccination, taking your kids for the vaccination, what do you think your wife perception will be? What do you think your wife will think about this new product?
She will be happy.
Oh, okay.
Extremely happy.
You think she won't have any concern?
No.
No. Okay. So now, do you now think this new method, new patch-based method, will impact the number of people receiving vaccination?
That's what I just said now. So some parents that are scared for to take vaccine based on most of them will now turn up now and add their trust in this no injection. As far as this thing will work, everybody will put their trust in it.
Okay. So you mentioned previously that your child have taken measles vaccination, he has taken polio, BCG, and those ones that you can't remember now. And you said you also have a card that you use to keep record of with this one they've taken. You know that this is the next one that they taken. Okay, so this card, how is it kept? How is this for you to locate it when you are going to hospital?
We have all our file.
Okay.
From the day they were giving birth to, we have the birth certificate, everything is placed in the file. You understand? So when we are going to the hospital, we just got to pick it in the file. Okay. And when we come back from the hospital, we return back to the file.
Okay, so the file is easy to access for you. So now, as your child, okay, I think you mentioned that your child you have to reschedule your child because
so on the days that particular day that we are having our vaccine, we were not in town. So maybe we need to go for this sometime. They were like,
correct paperwork.
No.
Okay. Your child ever miss a vaccination dose or receive a double dose?
Very disturbed.
Okay. What is disturbing you?
I would think maybe that particular thing will lead to one of the sickness.
Okay.
Do you understand? Okay. So with that, we need to act fast to make sure the vaccine is being given to the kid.
Okay. Now our next thing, the next phase we are going now is I'm going to be showing you different ways of which you can keep a record of the vaccine that your kids have taken. Okay. And so there are 3 ones that I'm going to be showing you, and they are going to work alongside with your immunization card. Okay. So as it is here, so it contains similar information to what is already in the card. Okay. So we're just trying to assess whether you will find them useful, this method of record keeping useful, whether you will like them, or what are the concerns or you have or questions. So I'll just be referring to them as record keeping method throughout our discussion. Okay, so the number 1 I'm going to show you is called record keeping method #3. Okay. So I want you to read it and tell me what you think about it.
Exactly. Potentially be used for record keeping in a case. special necklace that store the vaccine record. The health worker will enter the vaccine record to a phone-based app, then upload to the neck. Healthcare workers will use the phone-based app to call vaccination information by using the phone to read data from the necklace.
Okay. So do you understand what you read? So what's your initial thought about using a wearable device for vaccine record?
It's surprising.
Okay, also why is it surprising?
Because I've not come across such thing before.
Okay, so what do you think? How do you think is what are the questions that you have?
The kids, they are very, very playful.
Okay.
Sometimes they may just cut the something. Because when they are playing and they don't mind, especially when you have kids that are restless, they understand they can go through and
remove, cut it.
So those are the things I was thinking.
Okay.
If it will work or not. I'm just.
Okay. Any other question that you have?
No.
That's so we think if the kids is wearing it every time and remove it.
Yes,
okay, what if the kids does not have to? Okay, that one makes it okay. But if the kids have to wear it every time, then
Yes.
you might get spoiled.
Yes.
Any other question or concern that you have about it? Okay. So the method itself, that the information of the vaccine that you have taken is put in the necklace, and they will use a phone app to read it, to access it. How does that make you? What is your perception about that?
Very good.
Okay.
Very, very good. Approximately, you on your site, you can check through the app, you can download the app and access the next vaccine that you are taking to. If you are trained on that.
Okay. So do you see this as a suitable method of record keeping?
Yes.
Okay. So what would be the main benefits of this type of record keeping?
The main benefit is that you yourself, you will be carried along with the next vaccine you are taking.
Okay.
Yes, unlike the one inside the car now, just normal. Okay, this is the market, but this one now, before you go, you have known the information that this one will be the next, because you get the information from your phone and you know what you want to go and tell them that this is what you are doing.
So how likely are you to use this device?
When I come across it.
Will you use it?
Why not?
Alright, so let me show you the next one. This is record keeping method 1. Okay, read it and let me hear your opinion.
Vaccine purchase could potentially use a non-toxic dye that can only be seen with a special reader for record keeping. We will refer to this as invisible dye. Throughout the dialogue, this type of brush will apply dye at the same time as vaccine. This invisible dye is indiscreet in the
Pattern representing vaccine information.
The partner remains indiscreet for a limited time. A special reader is needed to see the partner and recognize vaccine information from the partner. Healthcare workers will use these readers to recall vaccination information directly from the child's arm. Only healthcare workers will have these readers. To clarify, research have shown this French to be accurate and harmless, but currently the pointer that are planning are vaccine only and do not contain invisible dye.
Do you understand what you read?
No.
Okay. So this saying that you know the other type of patch that we are saying, you said everybody will accept, but now this one will have an invisible dye.
Okay.
So at the same time, we said that the invisible dye is in the skin in the pattern representing vaccine information. So when they apply, it says that this type of patch will apply dye at the same time as vaccine. So as they are giving the vaccine, there's also an invisible dye that is going to the child's skin in form of a pattern that will give the record of the vaccine that the child has taken. It will place it there. You will not be able to see with your naked eye, but this is there. So when you now go for your next appointment, the nurses have a reader, a special reader. It is only for at the hospital. So you will just point it at your child's shoulder or whatever they.
It will show you where
they will read. It will read the vaccine that the child has taken.
The previous one.
So for them to know the next one
they are taking
to give the baby. So that is exactly what this is.
So this one, the advantage is even though when you are not using your previous hospital, when you go to the next hospital, and you don't tell them about the apply that they know the next.
Okay, so the advantage of this one is that so you can take your child to any hospital, they'll be able to
assess the
read
next.
it. Interesting. Okay, so what other perception do you have about it?
Good one.
Good one.
Yeah.
Do you have questions?
I don't have questions. I think we are getting there.
You are getting. What do you mean we are getting there?
Oh, I'm enjoying this type of vaccine now.
Okay.
This method, I think this method is a bit lively.
It's a bit lively.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, why do you think this is a suitable method? Aside from the fact that you can always go to any hospital and you'll be able to read it, why is it a suitable method to include when vaccinating children?
You don't go to hospital with card again.
Okay.
You don't go to hospital with card again.
Okay.
With this, I think you can easily send someone to take your child for vaccine when you are not even around. Both mother and father are not around. Can tell anybody just go there. Your card when you are not even available, your card is not available. Take them. They will know the next stage to
the vaccine to give the baby.
Yes.
Okay. In your opinion, would this make the patch method better to deliver vaccine?
Yes.
To make the patch method better for people to be using for vaccination?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, is there any advantages that might happen that you might have? What do you think would be the drawback?
There's no drawback. I think it's the only advantage.
Okay. What other advantage will you have aside from, okay, you mentioned that you can take your kids to someone else can take your kid for you, then you can go to any hospital and they'll be able to read it. Any other advantage?
No.
Okay. Okay, so what's your perception of the fact that provides no need to recall your child vaccination history or refer to the paper? Do you have any concern that you don't have to use the paper again, or you don't have to use your head to remember it?
No. There is no issue on using paper, except to that time. There is no need of carrying paper here and there again. You understand? At least you know the next step, the machine will tell you what the next stage is. And by then, everybody will know the actual vaccine that are taking month after the month. Unlike paper that you believe that it's already written there, that is the next stage. But this one now, the first stage is this stage, the second stage is this stage, so they'll be telling you and you'll be studying that to your brain.
Okay.
So be familiar with the name of the vaccine too. That is part of the advantage.
Okay.
You'll be familiar with the name of the vaccines.
Okay. What do you think the wider community will think of this type? This method?
They'll be happy too. They'll be happy too.
Why do you think they will be happy?
No. We said something initially that those people that take injection before that they have side effects and they're having a more easier way of taking vaccine now. I think everybody will appreciate this. Despite the fact that we are having issue with the injection, people are still going. So now they're having a more easier one that there is no. Sometimes when the baby take injection, the parent will not sleep all through the night to say, oh, the vaccine is. But unlike this one, there's not like that.
But this is for record keeping. What do you think about the fact that the kid will have invisible dye in their skin that they will be able to use to read the record?
That will look like points, have you?
You will not even see it. It's in the skin. It's the machine that will be able to read it, and it's going to stay there for limited time.
How would they insert the dye inside this?
It's when they are giving the patch. The patch will automatically leave the dye on the skin.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Do you think the community will have concerns?
They will have concern.
What is the concern?
They will believe maybe that is a tracker.
It's a tracker.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Some people will think it's a tracker. Maybe they want to track and start maybe the movement of and don't. But when you just get to your cupboard, you don't need to think about that.
Do you also think that it will be a tracker? You personally?
No, I'm just saying that you said what people will think.
Yes, I
now
understand.
they will think it's a tracker.
Tracker. Ah, all right. So you think some people have a perception that it's for
think-
monitoring?
Yes, now. Yes, now.
Okay.
Yes, now.
So do you think your wife will also think it's a monitoring
I
device?
don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
But based on what I've just seen, I think it's just for organization. Attached to it, yes.
Okay, that there's not. You believe that there's nothing attached to it, but you feel that
People-
community will
people
have
yes,
a biased mind about it, that it could be a tracker. Okay, so do you now feel that using this method for childhood vaccination will impact the number of people receiving vaccination? Will it increase it or decrease it? If this method of record keeping.
If it were me,
Yes.
it will increase it.
Okay.
If it were me, from
Okay.
my perspective now, it will increase it.
But
No,
the percent of the community.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
So if there are a lot of
But
people like
the
you
press will have to do it of work. And someone like us, when I don't just come for a job, we'll have to place this impact on many people. And it's not like that. Oh, we were there before they comment this thing. We were this, we were that. So who will say it out? They understand that no, you will not be there, but these are the federal. So who will tell them? But most of the people, the press too will do it of work on it.
Okay, so you think that for people to accept it, there must be a huge awareness from the press that it is not for monitoring, it is for injection, for immunization. All right. Okay, so the next method is this record keeping method 2.
And potentially be used for recording. Okay. So require a phone and coordination to a centralized database. The healthcare workers will enter the first line record to a phone-based app, then upload to a centralized database. The healthcare workers will use the phone-based app to record personal information and use the phone to retrieve data from a centralized database. Yeah, this one is good too.
Okay, what makes it good? What makes it good?
Well, there is not attached to it. It's strictly on your phone database.
So what's the advantage of that one? What are the benefits?
Benefit is when you are not even around, you can screenshot the next stage of the vaccine the child will take to the hospital. Maybe someone is taking your child to the hospital, you can screenshot the database of the next vaccine to them.
Okay. What other benefit will it have?
You don't need to use card again.
You don't use your card again.
Yes, now you need to start keeping cards record again. That's why you need to put your file record.
Do you think, do you perceive this method suitable for method keeping track of your vaccination of your kids?
Yes.
Okay. So, what concern do you have about
Network.
using the mobile app?
Network.
Okay. What other concern?
When you misplace your phone.
Okay. Two. What other concern?
No, those are the two things.
Okay. When there is network problem. Then when you misplace your phone. Okay. So, looking at the disadvantages aside, how likely are you to use this method?
100%.
100%. Okay. Now, we'll now rate it. We're now looking at all the 3 examples that I've shown you. Taking all the information seen into account, I'm not likely to rate for you on the scale of 1 to 5. When 1 means lower rating and 5 means high rating. Okay. should they become available, what are your likelihood of using them? So what is your likelihood of using method 1, which is for the invisible die and the patch, on a scale of 1 to 5?
3.
3. Okay. Why 3?
I told you initially that the fear is not me now.
Okay.
The fear from people, that's what will make it 3. It would have been the best, but the fear that this thing may be censored.
Okay. So then, on a scale of 1 to 5, what's your likelihood of using method 2?
Method 2.
Method 2 is for the
5.
app. 5. Why 5?
Because I know it's very, very easy.
Okay. Then method 3 is the wearable, the necklace, and the mobile app for record keeping. On the scale of 1 to 5, what will you rate your likelihood of using it? 2.
3.
3, 2.
Yes.
Okay, why 3?
3 is simple because this thing too, people may think it's a tracker too.
Okay. People may
Yes,
people think the necklace is a tracker.
Do you understand? You all know.
Okay.
But when you said it's not thing that we use often, that you can keep it, it is only when.
Out of all the 3 methods, is there any method that you will not consider using at all?
No.
None. Okay. So, so how might each of these methods impact your confidence? I know you already have a confidence in with vaccination,
Yes.
but how will it improve your confidence in
100%.
vaccinating process?
100%.
All the 3 methods. Okay. Do you expect that in the long time you will be more or less likely vaccinate your child if any of this technology becomes the norm? Let's say you have another baby now, and by the time he or she is ready for vaccination, these are the methods that are available.
Yes.
Will it make you not? Will it make you more interested more in vaccinating, or to reduce your
Confidence in.
in vaccination?
It will increase my confidence.
It will increase your confidence, so to make you more. So how do you now think this method might help with vaccination that require multiple doses, like measles? You think this method will help in monitoring? Okay, you know that measles are like 3 doses or so.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
so do you think these methods will help to monitor multiple doses of vaccine more?
Yes.
Okay, why do you say so?
Because when something is computerized now,
Okay.
it gives accurate information and time
Okay.
towards all those things.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, if you want to tell people or a friend of yours or probably your wife about all this method, what will you say about method 1? Method record keeping method #1. What will you tell?
I'll tell her it's okay.
What you cannot just tell her, see.
As I saw a machine, I told her a machine, you understand, that, that they will place a tag that will place on the baby's flesh.
Okay.
At that moment, but that machine, that thing will be in the baby's for a while. They'll have to apply the machine. The machine will be giving you monthly session of the vaccine the kid should be taking.
Okay.
That is one.
Okay. And how will you talk about the 2?
The two, I will tell that that two is even very, very easy.
Okay.
You just want to get the app. They'll just download the app and then start it on our phone. Anytime you want to log into the app will tell us the next vaccine that we are taking. It's very, very easy.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And the 3rd one?
The third one, this one you need to be very, very careful because the necklace now, if you get lost and we don't see it again, we won't know where we start from and where we ended. So this one need to be very, very so.
Okay. Do you think there will be rumor about these new record keeping methods? These methods, do you think there will be rumor?
When they are not imposing one particular one on someone, that you need to choose one out of it.
Okay.
I don't think there should be rumor about it. It is left for you. If you don't like it, you make it your B. If you don't make it your B, you make it your C. So I think there is no issue.
Okay. But if you heard a negative rumor about this method, how might it affect your willingness to use them? Will rumor outside there affect your willingness to use any of the method? No. Okay. How do you think your wife reacts to rumor when it comes to vaccination record decision?
Doesn't even tell such thing with me because you know my father says you must vaccinate, and this is what I'm working for from child 1 to child 3 to this child 4. So I don't think there is something that someone can convince us on this particular vaccination.
What do you think could be done to prevent or address rumors that is spreading?
It is still the press that can do that.
Okay, the
By
press.
the press.
Okay.
And by this kind of seminar that we are doing too, that's that when we go to, when people are saying this, that we need to tutor them that it's not so. Do you understand? We've been there, we were there before this thing come. At least the little we can say, those people that 1 or 2 that are there, they will just spread to that people that it's not so. When Saturday went to so play this and this and this and with that.
So you said the press. Which media of the press is the best? Is it the radio or the television or newspaper? Radio. Okay.
And my reason why I said radio is early in the morning, 80% of Nigeria listen to radio early in the morning.
Okay. Alright. Thank you so far for sharing your information with us. So we are almost at the end. And these are the last questions I'll be asking you. Now, on a scale of 1 to 5, this one is rating. On a scale of 1 to 5, where 1 means not willing and 5 means very willing. Are you here listening to me? When 1 means not willing and 5 means very willing. On a scale of 1 to 5, how open are you for your child to receive DTaP vaccination? DTaP vaccination is diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis vaccination. Okay. How open are you willing for your child to get the vaccination and record keeping for the patch? That is the number method 1. Okay. On a scale of 1 to 5, you are willing 5. Okay. So, and record on a scale, still on a scale of 1 to 5. How willing are you for your child to receive this DTaP vaccination, as I said, and you receive it with a patch, but the record information will be like method 2. This method 2, okay, which is the mobile app. On a scale of 1 to 5, how willing are you? 5. So, and for the third one, still receiving this vaccination with phone, on a scale of 1 to 5, how willing are you?
5. I think 5.
5 too. Okay. What of the measles vaccination? If it's measles vaccination now, so how are you willing? Like we have been doing on the scale of 1 to 5, 1 not willing, 5 very willing. That you allow your child to take measles vaccination with the patch and with the record of invisible dye. 5. The measles vaccination again with the patch and record on the mobile app on the scale of 1 to 5. 5. And for the last one, still taking measles vaccination with the necklace, but with patch vaccination on the scale of 1 to 5. Okay, so I noticed that you chose 5 for all. Why do you choose 5 for all the method that you are willing?
With the explanation of the method now, I thought you 3 methods are good to go.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's been wonderful chatting with you.
Okay.
Do enjoy the rest of your day, and my colleague will see you aside for a token of thank you to regards to your family.
56. You don't break record.
Because he's a lover of vaccination, so you got to need the counseling page. Yes. What's it?
One hour mark.
56. The Baba can't begin to do so. Now make me shout. You understand what's in the talk?
Okay.
But the man vaccine lover.
coming.
I work on doing now.
Coming as well. Start sewing. Okay. So thank you for joining us this afternoon. Yeah, so my name is Abiola. I'm a researcher and this is what I do. I talk to people about different topics. So today we are going to be talking about fasting. I'm sure you are aware of that. So no right or wrong answers, just your honest opinion that is needed. So it's not an exam, it's not a questioning section. Then I'm going to be showing you some things at the whole study. So it's just a way to remind us of what we've heard from you. So just feel free to express yourself. Alright? So I've introduced myself. I would like you to do the same. So just tell me your name. Your first name is fine, how old you are, where you live, just a bit about your family, and then okay, let's start from there.
Welcome.
Thank
you for this opportunity. My name is Uche. I'm married with 3 kids, 8, 4, and a 4-month-old.
Okay.
I'm a ticketing officer. So,
Okay. So tell me, the area you live. How is
I
it
live
like?
at Oba.
Oba, okay. What kind of place is Oba?
Salakude.
Is what?
Salakude. That's one of the, I'm close to the market side.
Okay.
That's if you pass the other that Mr. Big's Oba street.
Okay, that's very
Yeah.
alright. So tell me, what are your main priorities when it comes to promoting good health for your child or your children generally now?
Yeah.
What are your priorities?
My priority is their health is more important to me, so I'm really mindful of things I use on them.
Okay.
Things I minister to them, including their drugs and all that. So
Okay.
number one, I don't miss their immunization during this time. Like next month now, the 12th, I'll be going for my 6 weeks.
Okay.
That's 6 months vaccine, which I don't joke with it.
Okay. Okay. So in terms of if you don't want them to fall sick too, how do you protect them?
I prevent them from. I make sure their hands are clean. I make sure I tidy up my environment, most especially your environment. If the environment is clean, definitely the children are safe. Even the fact that some environment are still clean, they still contact other some slight pini infection. So even in school, handshake and all that things drop on the floor, they pick it. So in my house, we do more of sanitizing our baby wipe. Even before I even start giving them, me myself, I use wipe. So it's really, that's what I do.
All right, thank you for that. So now, are there some particular illness that you feel are more or less, important for your child to be protected from? So let me start this with which sickness do you think it's really compulsory? You want to protect your children from this, and which one do you think?
For me, because they say health is wealth. There is no sickness that is not important. That is not an issue.
Okay.
You see, common slice cough, headache can lead to death. So I don't play with it. So I'm very skeptical when it comes to that. My children's health are my priority. Okay. So I make sure they are in good hands, they are in good environment, and environment matters too. The kind of people you leave your kid with and your own self, personal hygiene is very important. Okay. That's just it.
So what sickness is very important?
Every sickness for me, every sickness, catarrh is a problem. Right now, my little boy is having catarrh now, cough. it's a concern to me. I'm worried. It's something I'm shaking, rejecting, that I don't want it. So I have to like make sure I take good care of him, hit him with water, make sure he's well covered and all that. So that is it. So you see, like chicken pox, measles, all those kind of things, it's something that you will not want to have a contact with.
Okay. So now, we are going to focus on vaccination and the way you keep record for when you take your children for vaccine. So now, how important do you see vaccination as a part to maintain good health for your children?
It's important because most of the vaccine, if you look at it, it helps to build the immune system of our kids. Sorry about that. Okay, they're calling me.
Okay.
Most of the vaccine you see outside is helping them to build their immune system. Even despite that the economic is not friendly like that. So as mother or parent, you should value the vaccination, because if you say you want to safeguard your children, it's not everything you will safeguard. Sometimes that vaccination they collect helps them to build most of the other things like the APV for polio and all that. So those are the things we need to look at. Very important.
All right. So, but do you see any drawbacks for vaccination? More like
I don't
disadvantage?
see any drawback, because for me, I can't really speak for others. But at the point, there are people you sit with, they would like discourage you from getting it. Just like from the northern part of it where I was born, they don't welcome this vaccination to them. Once the white woman is pregnant, just give birth, they'll discharge themselves and go. They don't want the child to go for that vaccination, because they feel it will seize them from childbearing and all that, and it's a way of dropping them down. So those are the things, their mentality, they
It
don't
will seize them from childbearing.
childbearing, that's their mentality. Like they are girls, when they want to get married, they will not have multiple pregnancies and all that. So that is it. They say no to it.
Okay.
So to me, the vaccination is very important. I don't see any disadvantage in it.
Okay. So let's now talk about your children. Which vaccination have they received?
They've received from the newborn.
Okay. Can you mention?
That's the one you call the IPV and tetanus,
Okay.
penta 1, penta 2.
Okay.
And that the 6 weeks is for like, that 6 weeks is like 5 doses they go for. So 2 for the leg, 1 for the other legs, that's 3, 1 for the arm, and 2 drop, and that's 5 completely. So those are it, and the 10 weeks.
Okay.
So that 10 weeks they collect 4. Then the 6 weeks, that's when we are going for, which we are expecting 4 or 5.
Okay.
from
But
them.
you've mentioned a few names. Can you now mention the name in detail? You said BCG, tetanus, penta.
1,
penta.
2.
What is penta 1?
Penta 1 is for their bones.
Okay. That is it polio?
Is it polio?
Okay.
Polio.
So which other
So
one?
the polio has 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
So that's the penta and rota again.
Rota virus.
Rotavirus 1, 2, and
Okay.
4. Thereabout.
Okay.
So that is it.
Okay. So you've mentioned 4. What about do you know hepatitis B?
Hepatitis B. Yes, I know that.
As
I know
have they
most-
collected?
They've collected I don't miss them, but it's just that
Can you put it on silent?
since I'm not in the medical field, so I can't really mention their name.
Okay, it's okay.
Mhm.
Alright. Then what of measles?
Measles, I just collected for my daughter last
So now
month.
we're going to rate them on a scale of 1 to 5. How important these vaccines are to you to protect your children. So I'll call out each of them. So when you take 1, it means it is not that important. But when you take 5, that means it is highly important to you. So now, how important is giving your children BCG to protect them from sickness?
From sickness, from diseases, from that.
So how important? Pick a number between 1 to 5.
5.
5. What about polio?
5.
Hepatitis B,
5.
measles,
5.
rota.
5.
And which one do you mention again? Is there anyone you mentioned that's I think about
So that we
So how do you go about deciding which vaccines your children will receive? What factors do you consider? Before you say, okay, my child will go for BCG, my child will go for polio or rotas or measles, what do you have in mind?
What goes in my mind is just like the normal routine for every child should go for. It's very important that you should go for it, because I remember when I had my first child, my mom was just like, you go for this, you do for this, you do this, you do that. When I grew up knowing that this is important, so we try to pick it as a system. And I know a child who undergoes such and the one that doesn't, there's far difference when it comes for health challenge and all that. Like there are some children, if they are close to where someone is having runny nose, before you know, you see them having this allergic very fast. So, but if they are privileged to receive all this vaccination in them, so their tendency they are immune, we fight some of the disease that want to attack them. So that is just it.
Okay. So now you said because your mom, you learn it from your mom, you see it as important routine for you. Is there any other factor? What now make you say, okay, BCG, polio, hepatitis B, they must collect? Is there any other thing you look at?
There are many things, because you know, as a newborn, when you have a newborn, without that BCG, you know, no one can go close to the child or carry, because when you're scared of jaundice, all this, there are slight sickness that affect children that, so you won't want to. But when the child has collected BCG, you see it's very free to hand over the child to anybody without being this consciousness of what do I do?
So you also look at the work that
he does.
Person
Yes.
do. Okay. So now who make decision? Who is involved in your decision making that okay, we are going for immunization or vaccination?
I do the decision maker in my house, but at the same time my husband will be, oh, you understand the system, he knows it.
Okay.
So even when sometimes if I don't remember, like he remind me, like next month or night I forgot, I was thinking it's 15 or something. He was on like 12, set your alarm 12.
So who makes the final decision?
I make the final decision. Even if I don't make the final decision, you just have to remind me, please take. That's it.
So have you sought out information from different people to make decision about vaccine?
I actually not really, because I just felt I didn't really search out, because I just know sometimes when you, like me, I do most of the research on my free time. There's no day I don't go on the internet, because nature of my job, I'm a ticketer, so I need to check who is booking, which, and the cheapest airline and all that. So I check online, so I know most of the things.
Okay, so that means you get information about vaccination online. Okay, so where else do you get information?
Adverts.
On vaccination.
Yes, they see the
Adverts.
Sometimes if I don't know, maybe you're not online, you just immediately just mistakenly, before you know, you just see the health care, maybe the primary health center, some group of health care working around to announce this.
So from healthcare personnel.
Yes, one-on-one.
So which one do you trust most out of these internet, healthcare personnel,
advertising?
Adverts.
I trust the adverts.
Okay.
Trust the advert, then the flyer too helps you to know what your child or what you are going for.
Okay, you trust. Why do you trust?
I just, but that's another way of communicating.
Okay.
Because sometimes when you see online, someone might even tell you, you know, I'm talking to you by come and collect some this thing. Now I don't know the name of the vaccine you want to collect. I'm just telling you, come, it's very important. The government are giving free vaccination. Come and collect. You don't know, you can't just jump like that. But now you have a flyer.
Okay.
So I've already give you hints about it. Well, now you now bump into the flyer. Now, okay, maybe this was the stuff this woman was trying to put me through. You know, that kind of thing. So it's easy. You get the communication through down now to yourself.
Or like detailed information. But have you ever encountered a situation whereby a particular source gave you information that make you feel concerned or worried about vaccination?
I've not really come in contact, but it's most even if you want to come in contact with such, is at the health center where you are, and where you are sitting, so they might be talking one-on-one, talking, make you to understand that this vaccine your child or you yourself want to go for, this is how it looks, this is how it looks. So that is
Okay, but have you ever felt worried or concerned or have fear about vaccinating your child or about giving your child a particular vaccine? Have you ever, when you look at your first, second, and third child, have you ever found yourself in that situation? Okay, so is there any vaccine that you will opt for your children not to collect?
There's no vaccine as long as it's concerned. So I know that they are vaccine once they go to 5 years, that's the last dose for them. So I make sure they collect completely. So I know after that vaccine, I know no is just warm and all that. So that's
Okay. So let's look at the people in your community now. How do people in your community typically talk about vaccination?
where I stay now, I don't really. It's not this more communicating act area thing. It's only maybe I just come out to get something, maybe and couple I don't understand Yoruba, so it's really I might not get it much, but I remember when I went to my sister's place at College Road. So we went to a family friend at that social club area. So we were doing vaccine, the measles, yellow fever and all that, so close to there. So when the woman was just announcing, because we are at the front of her shop, my family friend shop, go out there and ask, come and take a free vaccine. Someone like, don't go, hey, those kind of things. So they are forgetting. So at the point when a particular one was discussing about it, and she said, "Ma, it's very important. These people might just come out with a uniform." He said, "They don't know government will do it, government will do it. Government is just giving it." I said, "It's part of your revenue." You say government, they fit your money. So this is an opportunity to partake from your money that they stole. So collect the vaccine. It's a free thing, you're not paying it. But I make them to understand that, do you know that sometimes when your child falls sick, this vaccine that you miss for your child, you buy it and you buy it more expensive. Now it's an advantage the government is giving it out for you. Go there and give your child free of charge. But when you lack that vaccine in the health of that child, you end up paying more in the aspects.
Okay, so what is usually their concern if they don't want to collect?
They don't want to collect because they are ignorant.
Okay.
They're just ignorant. They don't know what it stands for. But the ones that really know it, But it's easy when you explain it to them on their local dialect, so they pick why some will come, why some will not come.
Okay, but do they have concern that maybe the vaccine will cause something?
They just feel the vaccine might cause them. Maybe want I don't know.
Okay.
That's the one.
But even within your community, have you had people talk about the benefits of vaccine?
I've heard about people talking
so
about
what did they say?
the vaccination, because even at when we are taking the vaccine, before the pep talk of the vaccine comes, we talk within ourselves and the repercussion, the benefit and disadvantage in it. So like when I remember when we wanted to take when I went for my tetanus, in the healthcare is free. So even if you want to pay for it, it's just 300 naira, just 300 naira that everybody can afford. Then why the private sector, you pay for it, which amount of it. So there's this benefit that we like. There's more benefit here than the outside sector. So which we discuss within ourselves. So that is it.
Okay. So now, all this different opinion that people have about vaccination, does it affect your own decision? Whether you vaccinate your child? And then, what is your religion?
I'm a Christian.
Christian, okay. So does people, all this community, the things they're saying, does it affect your own decision?
It doesn't affect my own decision because I know what is good for me. So no one can tell me today you eat, today you will not eat. So it's my own decision. Okay. So if they say they don't want to give their child the vaccine, that's for them, not for me. But I always like, sometimes I'm not the person that I like to remind you in case something occurs. Like if you are giving this child this, so to make the mother or the parent to sit up like that, if I had known, so make them, they don't miss it.
Okay. So what are those mal or belief that people have about vaccination that you personally, you know that it is not true?
Sometimes like that 6 weeks vaccine that children go through, it makes them run temperature and all that. Some start having fidgeting, some of the mother will fidget and over thing, and the child will be crying and cranky, feeling temperature and all that. Some mothers minister paracetamol to their child before they even go for the vaccine because they don't want the child to be pressed or feeling cranky. But the health sector has told you do not give paracetamol before the vaccine because I believe out of the 5 of the vaccine they have paracetamol inside. So once you give the child paracetamol at home, you've automatically pressed down the particular vaccine. So that means instead of the child to collect 5 vaccine, the child is collecting 3 because you break the vaccine. So you only administer paracetamol when the child is reacting. It's not all child that reacts on that vaccine. It's not. Some run temperature while some doesn't. So some parents will just look as if my child did not run temperature. Maybe the vaccine did not work for them. Like the 6 weeks when they give on my child, never brought out those ball spots on them. But the boy he shoots out, but never busted to have that round sort there. So some parents will think it's not working, but it works.
If it doesn't have that spots there.
So some think it doesn't work. But me, I felt it worked because I don't believe it's hand, maybe the way you hand carry the child, so your hand keep pressing that way, it doesn't make it to bust out. So that is just it.
Then the one you talk about the nuts that they believe it will make them not to be fertile. Is it true?
Yeah, it's true. They don't take it.
No, as in, is it true? Do you believe that?
I don't believe that because they are naive. They don't know anything.
Okay. So do you listen to all this, and how does this rumor or this belief spread within the community?
It's they say bad news flew more than good news. I don't believe in them, but so what I do, I try to make them understand the benefit of the vaccine, what it does. So if you have pictures, it shows that it enables them to know what this can take. That is it, because I have a family friend who run a matron who run a laboratory in our area. So most of the houses give birth in her place, but when it comes to vaccine, they don't.
Okay.
So the last injection the woman give to them, their child, that's the last injection the child collects. And they are good, they will go. When you invite them come, they don't go, their other won't kick against it. So that's their own belief. So people like that, you have to make them understand that this is the advantage, this is not. But most of them, they are getting the information gradually.
Okay. So now, where do you get your children vaccinated?
I go straight to the healthcare center, like Ifakojaye.
Okay. But do you make use of maybe all this door-to-door campaign, outreach, when they are doing it?
Yes. The last one they did they do it within door to door. I saw it in front. I went to holiday, but this 1 week holiday. So they are giving this tetanus. They are giving tetanus. Measles, yellow fever and all that. So I collected the yellow fever. My girl collected the measles.
Okay. So you also use that. So if you are to go to Ifakojaye now, how do you book appointments? How is it like?
For the vaccine,
Yes.
we don't book it. And when you are going for the immunization, you just go for the immunization. You need to sit down, wait for them. They'll come, pick a number. When you get pick a number, so they'll come and give us an orientation, the pep talk on how the vaccine go, how it is, what you should give, and they educate us on each of them. It's not that me myself, I'm not this kind of person that keep this PVC, APV, most of them. Their full details. I just know that my child has collected this, and I make sure their cards are always kept clean and safeguarded, because anything can happen. We'll go Japan and go carry the card show to present.
Okay.
So we go there, we'll sit down, wait. When this time they give us a health talk and other thing.
So you're always having the appointment ahead?
Yes, appointment ahead.
Okay.
So when after that, the last tell of them, you not collect the vaccine, and when they're doing
vaccination.
Yes, I feel there's a time they gave me an appointment. I didn't check the date. I missed the date. So when I got there, they said the date was not for today, it was so date. So I had to go to health center. When I get to the health center, they were doing it, so I had to collect from the health center.
Okay. So what do you think can make the whole process of vaccination even easier? Is the process easier now?
It's easier now because now it's not much crowded like before. You see now health center are just door to door, not a long walk again. They're just those that prefer general. I mean, I just feel before I would start going to salon, all those kind of things, let me just use a one street bus, all those kind of things.
Okay. So is there anything you think can be even done to make it easier than it is at the moment? Anything you think
what they can do is that sometimes they don't keep to time. The only challenge they have sometimes the nurses.
Okay, the healthcare
personnel. They don't keep to time. So they'll say mention is 8 o'clock and before you know you're there, their text is not well arranged yet, they are still coming, why some stuff like when they now come, they're not doing nothing. 9, it will be 9, they give appointment 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, they are there 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, before they now start talking for the health talk and all that. So that makes most of the parents start relaxing at home that let me take my time, finish what I want to do at home, I'll still meet it.
Okay.
So that alone really affected because some people do not really enjoy coming waiting all the time there to collect and go.
So now this thing you mentioned now, is it a barrier for you to now say, okay, to get your child vaccinated, the waiting time, the time you have to travel from the health center, do you need to take a bus or take a bike? Okay, so how much do you pay?
Just 200 naira. Now that this thing has more than 400.
So looking at the waiting time you have to wait at the hospital, then the cost of bike, then I'm sure that even that day it might affect your own work, kind of. So does it serve as a barrier? Does any of these serve as a barrier that might kind of discourage you for taking your children for vaccination?
They doesn't stop no barrier because based on if you are dealing with immunization, maybe you're going to an health center. As a mother, you just have to be patient because this is what you want. So just program yourself for the whole day.
Okay.
Just program yourself that you have not after let me just come once they finish around 12 to 10, I'll be going. Just program. So it's something that you just have to be patient. The door to door, the way they are moving around, it's still good, but most people might not really turn up like that. They might not get what they want because parents might not want to, naive parents will not want to bring their child out. They just prefer, let me go direct to health center myself, sit down and give my child. Because all this one, and they'll say maybe it's all the politicians that they are organizing this thing.
So all those things are not discouraged maybe for you. Okay. But generally, if you look at the way vaccination is being done now, how do you feel about it? The way your child currently gets vaccinated?
Yeah, it's okay because it's okay now because now I notice they now go to schools, churches, just to give the vaccination and they'll put on their communication book, parents, vaccination week, they come in so is your child allowed to take it? So most parents will say no, like me, I said no to that because I don't agree to give my children vaccinated when I am not there. So I prefer taking my child myself so that I know what I'm giving the child.
Alright. But have you ever found yourself in a situation whereby maybe you forgot the recording card for the vaccine and you went to the hospital?
If you forget, I've not fought that victim, but if you forget your vaccination card, there's no need, they will not give your child a vaccine. You have to bring the card. Without the card, vaccine cannot be administered to any of the child.
So with your experience of going to the health center, have you had that experience even with other people? Have you seen someone?
I've seen someone that came that said she forgot her card. And I said, yeah, if you forgot your card, how is it possible you take the vaccine? Okay, what your child has collected? So she was trying to call the names, and she couldn't get it. So she's not sure what the child has collected. So there's no point. But the woman just told her, we don't give vaccine without the card. So your card determines what they can give to your child. So even if you register, if you are collecting a vaccine in a general hospital, you travel to Lagos, you travel to Abuja,
Okay.
you have to tender your vaccination card to them. So they'll continue where you stop from.
Then the occasions where you have to give a multiple dose of vaccine, for example, let's say like measles now, that you need to take maybe 1, 2, 3. How do you keep track of keep track of the multiple dose, and how easy or difficult do you find it?
No, they put it
Now
on,
you follow
it's always record on your card.
Okay.
Once a particular vaccine is given to a child, we give you the next appointment dates.
Okay.
On that card state that you are going to see one for a vaccine on so.
So that card you are referring to, what do you call it?
That's immunization card.
Card. So now thinking about the vaccination that your child has collected, how was it administered? The different ones that they
The
collected.
different ones, the first one was on their 2 thighs.
Okay, that's injection. Okay, which
On
other
their 2
method?
thighs. Then the last one was the oral.
Have you ever experienced anyone that they spray?
No, only when you want to check the temperature of the child before that.
Okay. So how satisfied are you with okay, so looking at the oral and the injection, which one works better for you?
Injection was better. I just feel the oral is just for normal.
So why did you say the injection works better?
Anything that goes through the skin to the vein, it goes directly. Unlike you are treating typhoid, you are taking drugs, it won't work. Like when you flush your system with injection, it works faster.
Okay. So are you satisfied that your child had to be injected?
No, the child just has to go through it.
Okay. So you think it's normal?
It's normal.
Okay. But if you had a choice,
if I have a choice, fine, because sometimes if you don't have that mind when you're punching the child, you just have to turn your face away from there.
Okay.
Just to.
Alright, so I'm going to show you something on my system. Okay. So are you familiar with this method of vaccination? That is, the needle is pressed into the child muscle, vaccines are pushed through this is
This is the normal
one. So now, what do you think about how you are familiar with it?
Yes.
So to what extent do you perceive this method, this intravascular method, as a suitable method to administer childhood vaccination? Do you think it's suitable?
It's not suitable.
Why did you say
It's not suitable because when you see the needle passing through a child's skin, as a mother, you look at it as if you can take the injection for the child. It's not just your eye can't take it. But it's the other way around where they will give them just like a punch, like this sugar level. This one, you should just punch and easy.
Okay.
So that one is better.
Okay, so you think it's not suitable, but there's nothing you can do about it. Okay. But what do you see as the main benefit of this intramuscular method?
The more benefit is that it doesn't matter injecting the child, pass the syringe inside, draw the content and minister to the child. That's just
so what's the benefit of that?
The benefit is that the child is receiving it, but the disadvantage is feeling it after that the pain.
Okay, so now we have another method I want to introduce to you. This is a new patch-based method to receive vaccine, and it says the patches is pressed into the child's skin. Vaccines dissolve from the patch into the skin in a few seconds, in a few minutes. Children will experience no or low pain. So it's now saying that these patches have been researched for years and has been demonstrated to be as effective and harmless as syringe-based vaccination. I'm sure that, so this is the patch, you can see it, and this is how they are going to press it on the child to receive the vaccine. So I'm sure that some things is coming to your mind.
Yeah, it's
So
actually
tell me
nice.
your
It's actually nice because there's this pain-free the child will feel. But sometimes something that has a gun on it, I know there will be. How long will this tape stick in the child's body?
Okay, that's a question.
So is it for the whole day? The person will peel it off, or how many days, or particular day, or when did this stick is pinch on the child's skin? Maybe the child will not bathe for that day. I don't know.
Okay, so those are your questions. How long
do they have to remove it immediately
or days.
Okay. So that is noted. So how will you describe this method in a sentence? This new patch method. How, if you have to describe it in a sentence, how will you describe it?
I'll say vaccine.
Eh?
Vaccine free or pain free.
Pain-free vaccine.
Pain-free vaccine.
Okay. Then, do you think this is suitable? This method, how suitable it is for childhood vaccination?
It's suitable,
What
kind
is-
of, but if it's a child is an heavy child, then another way of when you are pulling it off is another pain the child will
Okay.
feel.
Okay, so what makes it suitable? If it's not
It's because you press it, pin it, press it into the child's skin, and the child doesn't even know if something is going through he or her system or her skin. So that's
Okay.
another thing.
So method of administration
Mhm.
make it suitable.
So I don't know if there is needle on those.
no needle
No
at
needle
all.
at all.
It's just
So how will it
Patch.
penetrate into the child's skin?
that's why they call it patch. Is a method,
So the
and they said it has been researched for years,
Circle for years and all
and
that.
it's effective and harmless as that of this one.
Okay, for them that's a nice one, sha, but
Okay.
because I'm not too conversant with that, I'll still prefer going for the new one.
Okay. All right. But what do you see as the benefit for this patch?
The benefit is that if they're not feeling pain, it's just a pain free.
Okay.
But
That's
there's
good.
nothing to.
Okay. So because I was now going to ask you that, what if you had to choose between the intramuscular and the patch, which one will you go for?
I'll go for this new one. I feel like trying it in as far as
Okay.
it's coming from the head.
So why would you go for it?
I go for it
That's-
because it's just a tape that my child, I won't feel that all the cranky and all that, because
Okay.
when the child go for every vaccine, that day it's a day that you just become a vigilante in the house for that day.
Okay.
Because when you carry the child, don't touch. But once they have the child on their arms, I believe the child is friendly and they will.
Okay, so do you have any concern, worry, or disadvantage that you think this new patch might have?
The only disadvantage I'm just thinking is just the tape thing. If the child is the heavy
Every
type now,
time.
it's another problem to peel it off because it won't be easy.
Okay.
And the other thing is that I don't even know where the vaccine is because it's just a tape. Because I have seen all those toxifying pills that you just tap on your foot, on your tummy for flat tummy and all that. So the content is like I don't know what's inside. So I
So
don't
it's still
really.
the person that is inside.
I still prefer the old one. Yeah.
But you still said you want to try it.
Yeah, I want to try it, but at the same time, because the vaccine, I'm not seeing it. Because the one that they're placing it, I don't know if it's going to the skin.
Skin
But
or
this
not.
goes inside the bloodstream.
Okay. So those are your concerns. You don't know
And I
if
don't
it's
know
going
where
inside the skin.
does the skin.
if it's what,
Mhm.
then
And where I don't like again, because if it's something that you take home another way, you don't know, you have kids. Anything as a vaccination is something it's better you just take this at the healthcare section.
okay.
You take you dispatch
Okay.
every nonsense.
So all those your concerns are noted and taken. So now, but looking at this, do you think it will reduce pain compared to intramuscular? Will it reduce pain? Which one do you think will be more painful or less painful?
This step will be less painful
Less painful.
if there's no needle.
There is no need to.
I know. You know they said there's no needle, which we are not sure if they are doing it with that needle. That's what they said. There's no needle. But how does it penetrate inside the skin? Because mind you, if all these holes I'm seeing on the tip of it, if you penetrate on the child, that means the punch will just those pulses I'm seeing.
Just pause.
It will show on the skin of the child
You think it will show on
I
the-
think so, or it will soften the skin one side. I'll still go for this one. I
Okay.
don't know how it is.
So, but do you think this new one also reduce anxiety?
It will still reduce anxiety because parents now don't need to throw their face one side for their child to receive immunization. It's just a normal sticker. So with this, if it's real, parents will not like, oh, yeah, can I have? Let me
Just
put and start going.
Okay. Then does it give you reassurance that your child has not received a sports vaccine?
To give me assurance because since it's coming out from the health sector, it will go through thorough research and all that.
So I want to know how important that is to you that your child experiences a painless immunization, then you don't have anxiety for needle. Is that important to you?
It's important for me.
It's important. So how do you feel your people in the community will perceive this method?
I don't feel fine now then because it will feel fine since you are cool. Because at the needle, you know, when you bring needle, a child, if a child misbehaves, once just show the child needle, the child behaves herself. But you say, Baba, daddy come, mommy come, see. It's just a tape. So when the child see that the tape one, tape two, nobody's crying, he wants to connect.
So you
think
think even people in your community will accept it. But what do you think they might say about this method?
The only thing they might say though, like people that are very skeptical, thinking about things they put on their system, like, hope this will not cause cancer, that something will take the body, and in fact they rather take it for themselves than placing it on their child and all that. But they will prefer taking it themselves as health care than going around.
Okay. Then, so how do you think these people in your community, how do you think their perception, what they think might be different from what you think? Do you have the same line of thoughts about this, or you think your thinking about these new patches will be different?
These new patches will be different.
Your thinking,
My
as in,
thinking
you know,
will be different.
Your own thinking and people in your community.
It will be different. I'll
So
still have people
tell
that will think my own side and why some think the other side.
Okay.
So,
Okay, so the people thinking the other side, what do you think they would say?
they'll say, "Oh, let's see now, some will give it a try, some will say, go and take it, let me see. If the child did not react, I will go for my own next move. That's how parents are.
Okay. So now, your husband is also involved in decision making when it comes to immunization. What do you think he will feel about this method?
For him, he will feel relief because each time we go for vaccination, there's this one man standing or one woman standing doing the tapping and singing. So I think he will feel happy because it's relief. Because each time we are going for immunization, he even fidget more than me. This child, no, please.
So do you now think that this method will increase or decrease the number of people that give their children childhood vaccination?
It will increase.
It will increase.
It will.
Why is that?
It will increase because now it's selfless.
Okay.
Selfless pain. The child not going through and they're going under pain. So it's selfless.
All right. So now I'm going to show you another method. So this one is about record keeping. So record keeping, how you keep the record of your child immunization. So I'm going to show you about 3 methods, but this does not eliminate your immunization card, right?
Yeah.
So you still work alongside with your immunization card. They contain similar information. Then we just want to assess whether you will find them useful or not. So this is the first one I'm showing you. So this first one is HAP.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so sorry, before that, I want to know, talking about your child immunization card that you mentioned earlier, so how do you keep it
I have a file for them.
in the house, Abi?
All the
Does the clinic also have a copy?
The clinic have a copy.
They-
The first day of registration that the PCG.
Okay. Okay. So do you, let's say you want to access the clinic form, can you access it?
Can't access it because it's for their own sale record.
Okay. Okay. And you said you've never encountered a situation whereby you forget your child card in the house. So now I'm showing you this. So this one is app. So let me read. and how could potentially be used for record keeping. So how is it used? Use would be require a phone and a connection to a centralized database. The healthcare worker would enter the vaccine record to a phone-based app, then upload it to a centralized database. Then healthcare workers would use the phone database application to recall vaccination information. By using the phone to retrieve data from a centralized database. So this like a way to keep record for your immunization record for your children. So what do you think? What are your initial thoughts about this method?
Yeah, if this method is really applied, it's another way I believe it will really serve. So you don't start running backward when you have to run forward because of immunization card, because of sometimes some incident can happen. But if it has a app, it's something that even when you lost the phone, you can re-download with the app, and your number, a number you used to register it, will definitely pop out when you are going to your appointment. I think this will really serve better. We don't need to start carrying our bag and all that.
Okay, so do you think it's suitable for tracking vaccination record?
Very, very suitable.
So what do you see as the main benefits of this app method?
The main benefit, because nobody do away with their phones. I thought this one was silent. Okay. Nobody jokes with their phone. Everybody hold their phones on their hand.
Okay.
Because it's easy when you keep your phone to yourself than the card. Nobody forgets their phone. If you forget phone, you notice everybody will run back to pick up their phone. But the card, you just don't. But since they brought this method, it's a free one for me. I don't need to carry every load and folder because I have files. My beta, my PT, tetanus card, yellow fever card, last everything. I just have a folder. That if I'm going, in case you get to say bring me somebody, so everything are in one folder. So it's enabling me from carrying load.
Okay. So it makes
make me easy.
it makes it easier. Then you can easily carry your information all about.
Yes.
Even if you forget, you are in good hands.
This thing is slow. I don't know what's happening.
Okay. So how likely are you to use this app if it makes available?
I'll use it very well.
Okay. So let me show you another one. So this is number 3. A necklace could potentially be used for record keeping, and it says use would be require a phone and a special necklace that store the information record. The healthcare worker will enter the vaccines records to a phone-based app, then upload to the necklace. Healthcare worker would use the phone-based app to recall vaccinations information by using the phone to read data from the necklace. So tell me your thoughts about this method 3. Wearable device.
The wearable device is just like still on that normal card of a thing. Just like your ATM card that you still carry that long side, it's still the same thing. So sometimes you now forget the necklace, what do? You have to start running back. So the first one is okay.
Don't compare yet. Don't compare. So you think you can still forget the
You can
necklace?
still forget it, but it's still part of the folder. You find that pattern I'm carrying about.
Okay. But what do you perceive, do you think is suitable for immunization record?
It's suitable and it's still okay because when you come, you see new things, new change. We don't need to remain in one setting. So everybody needs to upgrade and all that.
Okay. So what makes it okay? If
It's okay now, since it's a necklace, they are just bringing their own idea, and the idea is not bad.
Okay. So what will you say is the main benefit of this necklace method?
I just believe the necklace has a scanner that they just scan through it automatically. Your database will just come up because if you can look from this basic thing there, there's a scanning that is taking place.
Do you have what will you say is the main benefits? Main benefits.
It's only benefit just to keep record.
To keep record.
Yeah, to keep record.
But when you look at it over your card method, does it have any benefits?
It has benefit based on because it's now mobile and data storage.
Okay.
than the paperwork that you can carry about that anything can happen, water can spoil your hair, all that. So
Okay.
it's okay.
Okay, but do you have any concern using a wearable device like neck
I
case?
cannot be it. That's just it. But since it's men handling, this is what the best thing the
Mm.
person will do is for the child. So what time you want to start putting that on the child and start bringing it out? So there's no point wearing the child. But
Okay.
I just leave putting it in the neck of the child, just like a safeguard that the necklace is with the child, not to fall.
Okay. But do you have any concern about this method? Do you have anything that comes to your mind that worries you, any disadvantage that you see to this method?
I don't see anything them hanging it in necklace. It will just be like a card which you just come. I prefer you that make it a card. You
Okay.
just lot your
So no
card.
concern, no
concern.
worries for you.
Just instead of this necklace, you just make it a card. You just slot
Okay,
it.
so let me show you the last one. Okay. Okay. So this one is dye, invisible dye method. So this type of patch would apply dye at the same time as facing. The invisible dye is in the skin in a pattern representing facing information. The pattern remains in the skin for a limited time. A special reader is needed to see the pattern and recognize facing information from the pattern. Healthcare workers would use those readers to recall fascination information directly from the child's arm. Only healthcare workers would have these readers. So researchers have shown this patch to be accurate and harmless, but currently the patches that are planned are facings only and do not contain invisible dye. What do you think about this method? What are your initial thoughts?
I think and this method is just like it's kind of
Do you
a
understand?
way I understand it.
Mm.
The patches now, okay, when they like after placing it on the arm of your child, maybe the child just have to go to table 3, then
When they are putting administer the immunization with the patch, the patch will contain a dye
the dye
that will put record.
that's the skin, just like a thumb print.
Exactly.
Just like this is just like a thumb print of your
Mm.
child that will not keep a record. So it's from that thumb, this thing, that record. They'll use it. Do not use their own reader
A reader
to
to
read
check
it, to check it, to know the vaccine the child.
information.
you know.
Yes. So what do you think about this
So
method?
that is for them. Is okay for them.
No, you. What do you
For them,
think?
It's
Leave them.
fine.
What is your thoughts? You know I said no right or wrong answers, and your honest opinion that is needed. What do you think about this? What do you think?
It's okay.
What makes it okay?
It's okay because it's another way of reading, and the only disadvantage I don't like money because they are not reading just like a semi-sense, or they're like don't I say they are passing some microorganism inside the system of a child, which because all skins like children react, and some skins react to people. I have a nephew who doesn't use soap to bath. So you see that kind of person now, this thing goes through your system. It's another problem. You just have to start running. It's not all the child. For them to put this thing into the child's arms, the child is supposed to go. They should check skin
Okay.
ability of the child, if the child can go for it or
Okay.
not, because it's not accessible for all child.
Okay. So you think it will cause skin infection or irritation?
Skin
Then you
infection,
think it's a way of passing what you said
microchips inside the skin
Inside.
of a child.
Okay. Okay.
Because if you notice, like this family planning of a thing, it's not everybody it goes for. Why they say advise people that if you want to go for family planning, you
So
want to
let's
test.
move away from that because of our time. So now, do you see this method of invisible dye as a suitable method to keep record for fasting?
I don't see it as a suitable.
Why?
I don't see it because this one I'm not thinking to be as in to the child. It's better to just use bring the child to hospital and my child's skin, I won't take it.
Okay.
It's not suitable for me. It's not suitable.
Okay.
So if they make a card, like that card reading, they put that first, that tag, a key ring or whatever it is called, is better than this thing.
Okay. But what do you see as the benefit for this invisible dye?
The benefit is for the healthcare easy for them to read.
Okay.
You read the child's biography. That's is this thing they does broaden is this way of biometric of the child of everything. So this is a biometric of the child system and all that.
So you think this is beneficial to the health
section, but not for you, for me.
Because okay. But what is your major concern? What is your major worry about this?
My major worry because of the tape going in, the colored ink or whatever it is, or the vaccine that will be administered to the child, and how long it will last on the body, the skin of the child, reaction and skin disease.
All right. Then you also mentioned something about microchips. What's your concern about that?
Microchips because if you look at the economic the system is changing. If you look at, we are not from the same level that Nigeria used to be. So things they are really trying to develop themselves when it comes for health section. So at least they should go for something they know they are capable, because this thing they want to start and they might not end it well. So it's better they just stick on what they know better, because at the time before you know they'll say the reader is not available. So now they've already placed the gum on my child's skin. Who is reading it? The reader is not available. So they now book another appointment date that should come.
Okay. So this one is offering a benefit that you don't need to recall your child vaccination history or to take a paper record. So what do you think about this?
It's the same thing now. It's the same thing with what I'm saying.
That the fact that you don't need to bring the record.
You don't need to
so this one. So do you see that as a good thing for you?
It's a good thing for them.
No, for you.
For me, it's good, but at the same time, it's not good. So I have to talk the good and the bad side of it, because we are starting this. They are starting this one now. After the pouch is being stick, they'll tell you that the reader is not available.
So if the reader is available, if they don't have issue with the reader, is this still something
acceptable? But for me, it's not acceptable, because they will not use it. It will not last longer. So they better stick on one day.
What will not last longer?
It will not last longer.
What?
Before you know the sticker, the reader is not there, or the stick is not available. Either reader is available, the tape will not be available. So
so how much value does this have compare with traditional method? Do you think this one has more value when you compare it to your normal card?
It has more value because now it's simple, because it's something that you don't really stretch out. You just like, maybe we are going to you drag your son, go and collect and you go home. It's very easy.
Okay. So how do you think the people in your community will see this method now? This method of...
They'll see it as strange. It's a new thing. It's a new strange thing. They'll see it's strange.
Okay.
And what's going on, you have to stick in it. Let me see how it looked like. What is it? Are they punching the child's skin to put it? What is going on? This is the light. I don't know if it comes to the lights that read. Maybe the tape, the child have to go, they have to peel off the place for it to read again. Because the way I think, after placing the tape, you have to open. Then they will scan the skin where this thing. I don't think it's a tape that will read it, because by the time they peel it to want to read, their hands have already touched where they peel the tape from. So it will be, they might not end up not getting an accurate result of it. So definitely I believe once the tape is peeled out, they'll scan that particular spot where they remove that tape before any other thing. At the point of when people are lined up, everybody has collected tape waiting for reading. They'll not say reading, there's no battery, there's no this one, there's no that one.
Okay, I understand. So, but what do you think people will say, people in your community? What would they say? Do you think you're going to have the same opinion?
They'll still say
as you've said, or different opinion?
Because this thing now is chargeable, right?
Do you think it's
The
going to be
rubber
chargeable?
we should be charging before say battery is low. They are looking for it to charge it. That's just it.
Okay, all right. So now, your husband also made decision when it comes to immunization. What do you think he's going to say about this method of invisible?
He will just tell me that I should watch out very well. What is it like? Even if I told him this is a new method, he just have to go and see it himself.
Okay.
He would like to see
what
it.
concerns do you think he's going to have?
He will go to he might keep to it, he might accept it. But he might want to see if he reacts to someone else first before he
Okay.
can push the child.
That's the skin reaction. Okay. But if this method is available, do you think it will increase childhood fascination or decrease childhood
It will
fascination?
increase. It's just a very thing. It might or it might not.
Okay, so you can't say.
I can't say.
Alright, so lastly now, we are going to rate each method I've shown you rather, on a scale of 1 to 5, where 1 is the lowest, that is the likelihood of using it, and 5 is the highest. So if you take 1, that means you are going to use it, you are not going to, it's likely you don't use it, your usage is very low. And when you take 5, that means you are going to, so you can pick between 1 to 5. So now, the first one. So looking at this method, how might each of them increase your confidence in fascination process? How do you think the invisible dye, the herb, and then the necklace would increase your fascination process?
The harp is 5.
Okay.
The necklace is 5.
Mm.
Then the
Dye.
visible 3.
3. Okay. So do you expect that in the long run there will be more or less fascin? Okay. So do you think in the long run you might likely to,
Sure.
you can? So why do you think it's acceptable for you?
Because I believe since this is what they are bringing out now.
Mm.
I like me, I don't play with my children's vaccination. I make sure they take it. But the situation where I find myself at the health center, this is what is available. That's what they are the latest model, I don't have a choice to say no to it.
Okay.
Definitely my child will take it.
Alright. So let's say you get home now and you want to explain the 3 method of record keeping that I've shown to you to a friend. How will you explain it to them?
I will tell them, babe, there's a new development in Nigeria now, or in our vicinity.
Mm.
There's a new bit of a record keeper, which we don't need longer to take our card alongside. Even if you forget your card, you can go to mobile phone. That will help you to bring out every details of your child or biometric details of your child, which is acceptable. And there's another one again, the method, according to them, I've not seen it. It's a visible tape that they will tape on the child. But I don't know how long they will move the tape for the vaccine to go into the penetrate into the child's skin. So there's another one of this. So I don't know which of them is it. But this other one, I'm telling you, the tape one there's no pain. The children is pain free from it. You just administer the tape. I don't know how long they do it. So by the time it comes out, we'll know how it goes, but we'll still give it a try.
Alright. So if all this method comes out now, do you think there will be rumor in the community about this method? And what do you think people will say?
There will be a rumor. There's nothing that will come out that there will not be rumor. Now, this menu method that they are saying now, if they say, okay, now because we're rejecting the needle punching and all that, so now they brought another way to give us immunization. Now, who knows this? Maybe this is cancerous, this is this, and that. Everybody they must say something. They must say something. So some will agree with it, while some will still keep.
So if you hear this negative rumor, is it going to affect your own willingness to use
It will not affect,
the
but
method?
because I just like this is my first time of coming for things like that. Also, it has given me kind of awareness that something like this is even coming up. So when it's out, you're like, no, this is how it will.
So let's say you've not even come here and you're saying it for the first time.
I'm saying they are telling me for the first time.
Yes.
I want to see if that's just it. I will say, okay, when are they doing it? Let me see.
Okay.
I might go there to see first before I start.
So where is that day that you go?
I go to general
Hospital.
Yes.
Okay. But what do you think can be done to prevent the rumors that you've mentioned? That some people might say it's cancer, it can cause cancer.
Advertising It's very important. That is where advert comes in.
Okay.
Where publish it, make a create awareness on it. So they have to discuss about it, talk about it more. Billboard, advert, pop-ad, ops and all that. So when things comes out, maybe you're pressing your phone, the thing comes out, you're just like, at least you're seeing the signs.
So
Billboard
adverts.
helps too.
Okay.
So
Adverts to create awareness.
yes.
So now, lastly, I want to know, we want to do another rating between 1 to 5. 1 means you'll be willing, you will not at all be willing, to give your child immunization through that method, while 5 is you are very willing. So, would you be open to your child receiving the tab immunization? The tab immunization is tetanus and whooping cough immunization using this method, this patch method. The patch method I explained to you. Using this patch method and then taking the record through which one is first one? Taking the record through the necklace. Will you be willing to do that? You can on a scale of 1 to 5. So give me a score. 3. So why is that?
Because now this is a tag. So after the tag now, then the record is coming from this record keeping method too.
Okay.
So just like now it's just like the tag and the mobile app
Okay.
that is working.
Okay, so that's 3 for you. Then what about using the patch method and then the mobile method? So how likely are you to receive it? The mobile app on a scale of 1 to 5? 5. Okay, so why is that 5?
Because the mobile app to the pouch. So the record, I'm hand free. My phone, I have all the record on my phone. So what's the point?
Okay.
That's it.
Then the last one is using the patch and then the invisible dye. This one. How likely are you to allow your child to go through that method?
3.
3. Why is that 3?
Because I'm not comfortable with this recorder.
That's invisible dye. Then what about in Muse's fascination? Are you willing to allow your child take Muse's vaccine using the same method of patch with necklace? With the necklace method, are you? Give me a rating. On a scale of 1 to 5. 4. Okay, why is that?
Because for me it's just still the mobile handy thing.
Okay. What about with the app? With the mobile app, the patch and the mobile 4. Okay, why is that?
Because it's very handy. I don't carry all my files.
Okay. And then the patch with is it still the same reason of not comfortable? Alright, so any other question, anything you think we're supposed to talk about that we want to clarify, any other thing?
Nothing much. It's just this how this ink will be like, and because it's a state now that is thinking of the child. How long will it be? Will it predict for hours or minutes before they peel off the tape?
Okay.
So I know this might, if it's taking like 2-3 hours, it's a long time that most parents will not keep, because we believe that our immunization should just be at least 1 to 2 hours. You are done from there. So if you are taking this one as a tape, you have to like take it. You don't know, maybe they say 1 hour, 2 hours. Yes, 1 hour. You have to wait before you now go for weight.
So you have concern about the timing it might take for you to administer the patch. Alright.
And timing of where to the recorder will read it and all those things. So
okay, thank you so much for your time. Thank you. So we have a token to say thank you. My colleague will see your side on that. Thank you so much for coming.
thank you, Mom.
Same here. Thank you. Yeah.
to
God
you.
love.